you looks in this photo. He's a happy little guy.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? He's just a happy little guy.
All right. Now for the question we all need to answer. How we rolling tonight?
I rolled a
Not
19.
well.
Yeah. 14.
Damn, 19.
Well, we're about. I rolled a 20 last game, and I didn't get any other high rolls for the rest of the fucking night. So let's see how it goes.
Over 10, I'll take it.
I was always under the impression that you don't want to roll high on your initial roll. You want to get the bad rolls out of the die.
Right
I saw
down
a
the
really effed up suggestion from
certainly
a
hope
DM
so.
we generally
Ooh.
respect.
You got the one out of that die.
That was saying break the fourth wall, and I was like, I don't know about that. I feel like that's some like toxic game master behavior, unless everybody is totally okay with it.
I feel like it
It's-
depends on the story, but yeah.
Yeah. The example that they use is like it's initiative order. They're fighting the BBEG, and they're like, no, you know what? I don't like that. Bard, you're gonna go first. And I'm like, but like technically they can just hold their initiative order. Like, oh yeah, this like it gives me what's Greg and Steven's fusion?
Steg. Yeah, a little goofy, but
No, I
love
love
Steg.
it. Because that's what it kind of reminds me of, or Greg, or young Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I always forget his name's Greg.
I know, right?
Rose, why did we fall for a man named Greg? Explain yourself.
He had the Riz.
It's true. Do you believe
Wizard of
in
Oz.
fantasy? Okay. When y'all are ready.
We are ready.
We are.
We are VR. Shut up, VR troopers.
So, where we last left off, the adventuring the adventuring party had made their way back to Moag, where they reconvened almost instantly with Urugaru. Razor decided to depart from the party, making his way back to Weatherlight with a sending stone in hand so that he could report back whatever is happening, especially with the request given by Rail to check in on Red Rage to make sure everything was okay, because Red Rage had a vision. They weren't super descriptive about what the vision was about, for reasons, but there was some concern. We arrived at the super salad, because soup's not food, it's just a chunky drink,
It's just a chunky drink.
where Urugaru showcased one of the best vegan establishments that he's ever had the pleasure of experiencing, much to Call's chagrin, because at this point he is tired, he misses his kobold children, slightly stressed, slightly perplexed,
As
maybe a little
baby
bit
mouse.
worried.
Also, yeah, he got some really bad news before we walked through the teleport. Not that anyone's asked.
Has a baby mouth.
Yeah, it's true. I do have a baby mouth.
But upon after spending some time and enjoying some of the food, we recognized one of the individuals who was serving patrons at the bar. It looked to be Tyke. Granted, looks a little bit different than what Tyke usually looks like. Their hair is red, their skin was tan. Not what Tyke usually looks like. Tyke did, however, recognize the rest of the party and made a very strong effort to go, not here, not now, we'll talk later. Later eventually turned into being taken to another establishment where there would be giant hunks of meat. The food was delicious, and the entertainment was entertainment. If
It was
for no
topless.
other reason than the fact that we realized that Willard Harpode, Arkmon's father, is, for all intents and purposes, the DJ
Yep.
to a strip club in Moab. Upon reconvening with Pops and deciding, and Call finally having his fill of some hearty red meat, we made our way to Babs's Baubles, which is an apothecary and scroll shop. We were getting settled, starting to pass along information when there was a sudden knock at the door, for which we saw 3 what looked like, I wouldn't call them guardsmen, implies that they had kind of like a police aesthetic to them, which they didn't. These looked more like concerned neighbors, your DM said with air quotes and a sly smile on their face.
Air quotes.
Oh, they had a bit of a uniform about them, so it's clear that they're a group. We later figured out that, because Bab said as such, that these are members of the Shadow, and we welcome the Shadow in our home, and we have nothing to hide from the Shadow. As these gentlemen walked into Babs' establishment, they looked around at the rest of the party, Darkness, worried that they were looking for him, because there are in fact several wanted posters, many of which having his name on them. Ran into Babs' back room and decided to take up a hiding spot. Stricken with fear that these people are here for him, Darkness will be in recluse and hiding until sometime in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, in a surprise twist, these men were not here for Darkness, aka Norman Fontes, but instead they took one look at Jackie.
Yep. And I
And
raised an eyebrow because they said like they directed at me.
They haven't said anything yet. They just seem to be staring at you intently.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm just
I
kind of
have
staring
in
back.
my- Sorry, I have in my notes, they said, does he look like the one?
Oh yeah,
That's
that
right.
was to each other though.
Loud enough so that everyone can hear it. They're not afraid of you.
They
It
damn
might-
well should be.
I was going to say that might be a mistake on their part, but they don't seem to be particularly concerned with whatever you and your party are able to do.
Oh. Some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
Paul will sort of position himself in between Jackie and these 2 enforcer types.
In Elvish, I'll kind of loudly whisper to Jackie, what do they mean, the one?
I don't know.
In Elvish, one
Wow.
of the 3 men will respond with, we're looking for somebody. And he matches the description of the one we were told to go looking for. It was reported by one of our agents that they were heading to Moag.
Who wants to know?
I don't speak Elvish, so I can't respond to this. But I'm sure it's lovely.
Why
I don't
am
think
the
anyone else
one?
here speaks Elvish.
I mean, I do.
I feel like
No, except
Almost-
for you. But
Darkness does,
yeah.
I think.
I was gonna say
But
I
he's
feel like
not here.
almost everybody in the party does.
Nah, no, I do not. We have a few.
I'm
I don't know
in
what I
Elvish-
did this time, but I guess somebody's trying to get me again.
in Elvish, I'm gonna say to the guys as I put a hand on Jackie and kind of pull him in close for a side hug, and I say, "Oh, this little scamp! You couldn't possibly want anything to do with this guy. We're actually just tourists passing through. Who did you say your agents were? I mean, we didn't see anyone on the road coming up here. I feel like they would have, stopped us and asked a few questions, but
Go ahead and roll me a bluff check at disadvantage because you did not come here on a road.
we could have."
I
Nope.
mean, that's the bluff, I suppose.
which is why you're rolling at disadvantage.
Let's go. I got a nat 1, baby.
road as in, the journey,
Yeah, like we're all on the road, man.
And we're all on the road
We're
every
on
day.
a road to
Yeah.
nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, Rodian.
I'm just like rustling Jackie's hair like he's my little bro, just like, oh, this guy, you couldn't possibly want anything to do with this guy. He's got nothing that you want, right? All in Elvish still.
Oh,
Right.
someone's barbecuing.
Do a lot of you care to share what you're saying with the rest of the room? Why are these two staring at Jackie?
I'm gonna say a swear word in Dragonborn. That just kind of sounds like like a however Dragonborn sounds, but it's kind of like a shut your trap slang. Something that Call taught me a long time ago.
Some hair raised up on the back of Archmon's neck, and he doesn't understand why. What? That sounded mean. No idea.
It all sounds mean.
I mean, I guess anything in another language that you don't speak sounds mean.
It's just got a lot of consonants.
Especially Chinese, yeah.
Like if I say, and then what I'll do is I'll look at Archmon and say, "You have a lovely complexion, but in infernal." That sounds mean, doesn't it?
I imagine it sounds terrifying.
I mean, that's more or less the point, which I say back in Infernal.
Babs will kind of jump ahead, and I'm assuming we're not actually jeering at these guards individuals.
No.
So Ray's not. What about everybody else?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said. Your voice kind of broke up.
Are the other party members were these out of game comments or were these in game comments?
Oh.
Those
I
were
mean, out of game, yeah. If the original comments weren't happening, nothing that followed would have either.
That's I'm just double checking because these are definitely the kinds of people who would throw hands at the slightest amount of disrespect, and so I'm just double checking.
Yeah.
Babs is very nervous during the entire time these people are here. They don't seem to be doing anything that would maybe justify the nervousness that you see Babs presenting, but you get the sense that these guys are not good guys. It's not exactly like a secret, but she is very much like her back is stiff, her palms are fidgety and nervous, and she's kind of over explaining that she's happy to be of assistance if there's anything that she could do to help. I'm all paid up until the end of the month. These are friends of mine from out of town. They're visiting. They're here bringing me supplies. Yes, supplies. They mentioned the road because they came up from the road, but they obviously don't mean the road, And so Babs quickly kind of swoops in an effort to try and recover the conversation, which causes.
Would Uru know why she's nervous as well?
Yes.
Being that, yeah, okay, yeah.
You know that generally what happens is if somebody is disrespectful enough to the shadow, the next day they just go missing, and then sometime after that they appear in the games. It's not like they'll start a fight right then and there. They'll poison your food. They'll kidnap you. They'll kidnap your kids and hold them for ransom. These aren't dumb brutish oh, you made me mad, now me smash. These are more oh, okay. I'll remember this. And they'll hit you when you least suspect it. That's why they're referred to as the shadow. Because you're just going to kind of feel like you're always being watched by these people. And they do have quite the large ego. your first encounter, Uru, I imagine, probably would have been something like, I'm not afraid of these little guys, and Babs would have been like, listen, I get that, you don't need to be afraid of them, but you do need to be smart about this.
Yeah,
So, like...
less about being afraid of the people in front of me, and more about being afraid of what the people in front of me represent on a
Right. Exactly. Think of it like being in a small town in like very white America, like...
Yeah.
And you're just looking a little too tan that day, and you're just like, oh, I don't feel particularly okay here. Everyone's looking at you sideways. It's just not what we would consider a friendly place to be, or a friendly group of people to interact with. Now, that being said, like, the people in Moag are varied, and people live here for one reason or another. Not everybody in Moag is evil. It's just the Shadow is most definitely corrupt. The most corrupt police you've ever imagined. They are very upfront about how ruthless they are willing to be. It's not a secret. It's not something that, like, they pretend doesn't happen. The brutality that they exhibit here is almost rewarded. Not just blatant, not blatant violence, but if it's crafty, and if it strikes fear into the hearts of the civilians in an effort to get them all to cow to what the leader of Moag wants, those are the kinds of acts that help you gain rank within Moag. And so the punishments that are dealt out are not only very surreptitious, but they're also very fucked up. And so they need some time to figure out what they want to do. But that's why Babs is especially nervous. And Uru would know this well.
Yeah.
The rest of the party, perhaps not. But I imagine there would be some amount of imparting that information, like, we kind of just need to be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely then be backing up Babs with the, like, yeah, it's been a long trip. You know how it is. People get tired. They say stupid things when they're just going through the motions of being tired and stuff. There is absolutely nothing here to be hidden from you. Feel free to ask anything. We will be an open book.
They're going to ask they're going to ask the group in general, what is your business in Moag?
I mean, Babs mentioned it.
He is when you start to talk up, you'll get kind of shot a dirty glance, and he goes, I was asking him, and we'll point to eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Roll a d4. Pick a dragon by the toe. Call. He looks at you face to face and goes, what are you doing here?
Just stare him dead in the eyes, just meet his gaze. We already told you. We're bringing supplies.
What supplies?
I don't ask. I just bring.
Where are they?
Not here.
Rail just dumps her sack out on the ground, and like a whole bunch of twigs and berries and random druidic assortment for spell casting just kind of like spews out all over the floor. A couple of bugs crawling around here and there, and I say, well, we do mostly foraging, and Babs here requested that we bring her some local fauna or flora from the region near Weatherlight, and I just start like sifting through all my stuff to be like, I've got some like juju berries, I've got some eucalyptus leaves. What are you looking for?
Roll me a deception check.
Again? I'm supposed to be better at this. Hold on.
You're the one doing all the talking.
Jackie's kind of interested in those berries, but
21.
21.
Berries.
In case anyone forgot, the orb made me chaotic, which is why I'm doing weird shit lately.
Nope.
But
Just
it also
embracing
gave
your
me,
inner Bugs Bunny.
It gave me a bonus to my deception, which is cool.
But the orb doesn't exist, so you're fine.
No, we all told me about the damn orb, so I know it's real.
What orb?
Can't fool me anymore.
Yeah, 1 second.
Jackie, can you roll me a perception check?
Ooh, not bad, but not great.
Okay.
Jackie's pretty perceptive though, so
He is pretty perceptive usually.
usually.
Two of the guardsmen will motion something with their hands. For those of you who speak thieves' cant, you see them say something about how we're gonna go. We will check back later. One of the guardsmen is still left in the building. He continues to just sort of generally probe about, so where are you from?
Like,
You mentioned Weatherlight. Does that mean you're from Wrath?
Why are you going to write our biography?
I will actively shoot call like a ixnay on the vibrato A. Look.
Call, roll
me a
insight.
perception check. I was gonna say, call, roll me an insight check to see if you could pick up on that with your Ron Swanson ass. Like,
Rand Swanson ass, having ass.
Bum ass, Ron Swanson ass, having stupid ass, hair ass.
It's an ass.
Ass.
Updating
Ass.
sources. There we go. All right. Insight. About. No.
call does not pick up on what you were putting down, Craigathy. The guardsman that you were speaking to will. His face remains emotionless. He sort of slowly blinks at you as difficult to read. And without saying another word, leaves. Babs quickly closes the door, locks it several times, and then hops up to get in your face, call, to just exclaim, like, do you have a death wish? What is wrong with you? Is he broken?
In many ways, but he's too proud for his own good. It's
The
fine.
more questions he asked, the more chances we had to give ourselves away.
The more times you defied him, the more chance it is you end up bound and gagged in the games.
Hot.
What are these games?
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to ask myself as you.
I suppose
mentioned these
explanation
things.
is needed here.
Yeah.
Is there a reward for the games?
So, I mean, we'll get to that.
Babs brings out a small tray of vegan scones and some hot tea.
Lovely. Thanks, Babs.
Scones.
Her little furry paws like shaking aggressively. Snowy will actually kind of slunk up to her side and like go like, it's okay, and like he looks like he's trying really hard to console Babs.
I don't have anything here that I can use to help. No, I don't have anything here I can use to help. So in Weatherlight, there is a main source of entertainment, and Ur will say that with like a lot of disgust on his face for the people here. It's called the games. Now, how do you end up in the games? There's many ways you can be found guilty of a crime and put in there. You can join of your own free will if you're crazy, or just because somebody felt like you should be there. Essentially, it's a game of death. Many people enter. Nobody really ever wins. The ones who do are so often maimed and scarred by it that the winning doesn't really seem worth it. bribe those in positions of weakness with the potential of power and fame and fortune. And in a place like this where so many people are impoverished and don't have another option, they'll jump at that. They exploit weakness and gain from it. Disgusting. From what I can tell, the idea of fame and fortune is not necessarily a lie. People have won, and the prizes are large, to say the least. Gold beyond that you could imagine, or, well, I say or. Nobody's ever actually taken it, as far as I know, but
Call, Rail, and Jackie, you all notice that Babs is starting to cry as Uru is telling the story about how one finds themselves in the games.
Mm-hmm.
they say if you make it to the end, they will grant you a wish.
Any wish?
Hard to say. Nobody ever takes the wish. Nobody's ever tried.
Well, what do they do if they don't take the wish?
You get the cash. Gold beyond anything you could ever imagine. The amount of gold we've made combined on our adventures would be just a drop in the bucket of the amount they offer to those who can win the games. But nobody ever wins. It's like putting a large amount of gold in a well on a string, and the gold keeps going down and down, and it looks like it's within reach, but there's no bottom to this well. You fall forever until nobody's left.
Dang. And damn, dude, can you smell that, babe?
No.
We must have made our neighbors jealous. That smells good as hell. It's barbecuing. Damn.
So, sorry, go.
Jackie
Uru-
can smell this. There's some delightful meats being smoked just outside. This might just coming from a place with some pretty good food. Two places, not one, but two places with really good food. These scones and tea just don't really do it for Jackie. He smells meat. He smells cheese.
Uru at this point will look up at Call sternly, not angrily, but like kind of like to make his point known. He'll go, "These people, doesn't matter if you're stronger than the ones you see in front of you. They have eyes everywhere. They have ears everywhere. They'll find you in your sleep, and if you never sleep, they'll find you when you're weak. They'll take you, they'll drag you down there, and even someone like you will have trouble surviving the games."
So Uru, so you mentioned the games in our prior messaging, and it seems like, obviously my mom in danger, but basically anybody that's wanted in this town is potential.
Oh, if you have a wanted poster around here and they catch you, you're gonna be playing the games.
Makes sense for Darkness. Keep his head down, but why the hell would they want Jackie? You think it's maybe to Feywild?
Maybe. I mean, somebody always wants me.
To be honest with you, I investigated all the wanted posters I could find. I know everything there is to know about the cases against Darkness and against your mom.
Right.
Against Bog Ross and
You actually
Polly.
don't know the intimate details as to why they're wanted. You just know that they're wanted.
What I could find.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not a lot of detail. Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, no, I said I know everything I could find.
Mm-hmm.
But I never once saw a poster for Jackie, or anything about Jackie, to be honest with you. When I made that whole ruckus at the door, it was to try to buy a couple of seconds for darkness to get out of here. I didn't know Jackie was even in danger.
Yeah, it's news to me too.
Well,
You think they want to give me cheese or something?
I don't think I'd be that optimistic about it.
That's a shame.
well, like you said, I mean, I suppose more or less, our quest can be made for someone to go in. So someone has your name. It sounded like, well, I suppose I actually don't. I don't speak Elvish when they're speaking to each other. Shit.
I mean, I've been arrested a handful of times, so
We
hard
can
to say.
assume that you looped everyone in on what was said if you wish to say that.
I have always wondered what would happen if someone wished the games away. If they can truly give out a wish. But that's something too risky for even me to try, and I'm an idiot.
Is this a
So-
wish like a magical wish or like a Make-A-Wish Foundation wish?
No, it is
This
a
is
magical
spell wish.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
So it
And
could be like the best cheese.
if it is truly a magical wish, I can't imagine the amount of power it has, but much like everything, any magic comes with inherent danger, especially to someone who doesn't know how to use magic. So why take it? You have the choice of escape from the life that you live. Nobody would ever take the wish. But what if... No. It's silly, heroic dreams, I suppose.
When you say silly heroic dreams, there's a crash, and you can hear the sound of porcelain just shattering into pieces, and Babs will let out kind of a bit of a sob. Too embarrassed to stay behind to do anything, they will run into the kitchen and they will lock the door behind them. Snowy will kind of look around, his ears will get flat against his head, and he'll go to start picking up the pieces.
Here, I'll give you a hand, buddy. And I'll go with Snowy and...
Call will help too.
There's just one cup, it doesn't require a whole lot
Yeah.
of assistance. But
Oh, I thought it was.
It was that was me excusing myself from the party for a minute.
It is not
Yeah.
not a particularly large room, and the one offshoot has been currently closed off and is barred.
By excuse me, I'm turning my back to the party.
Got
Uru's very emotional at this for some reason. Why
Because
do
it
you
kind of
laugh?
reminds you of like a weird fucked up version of what your own family's
Of
doing.
my home.
Mm.
So you just make it sound funner by giving it a title like The Games.
The games, yeah, great, yeah. Let's eat each other. We'll call
It's
it
the
the
games.
feasting,
We'll call it The Great Harvest.
the great
God.
harvest.
It's the Great Harvest, Charlie Brown.
You're like, oh, The Great Harvest. So that means there's a lot of good food. Yeah, no, it's great food.
Yeah.
We're smoking and barbecuing and all kinds of delicious because there's so much meat.
Yeah, at the moment, the idea of a
Oh, boy.
society actively feeding the weak to the strong, figuratively, or in Uru's case, quite literally,
Mhm.
is they're close to home.
You're welcome. Glad it's hitting appropriately.
Hence why Uru was also like, if I could get that wish.
Get that wish. Now, do we each get a wish? Or
It
is
would
it
be-
just one?
It
One for
would
the
be
group?
one wish from what I understand. Now, obviously, Mana can choose to do more as she would know the overarching thing, but as far as Uru would know, it's just a wish.
Yes.
There is a pub where you can go and watch the games at. It is streaming 24/7.
Uru would literally never suggest that ever.
Do we have the technology?
So there's a pub that has sort of a large scrying portal that allows you to view the events of what are happening in the games.
Oh, that's crazy.
It costs money to go watch. That money is given to the shadow.
Uru, where are the games being held? Do you know?
It is a
Did we-
secret. It is an unknown location.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure we
Participants
talked
are
about that, and you were like, "Yeah, no, it's just they happen."
So it's
Hmm.
kind of at the bottom of a very
Yeah.
large quarry. Participants, we'll call them, are transported there by magical means to then compete, usually against their will. But every once in a while, there's somebody who decides that they want to do it because they want to make a name for themselves or they want to try and change something about their life. At the end of the day, capitalism.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be so melancholy about it. It's hard.
Is Babs okay? She seemed a little shook up about the whole thing.
Chloe will pipe up. Like, Babs lost her parents to the game.
No.
It's hard.
Are they
for
that
her to
hard?
talk about. They, like I said, I have never myself watched them, but ask anybody in town. They might have stories of folk heroes who have won the games, but even they seem far-fetched and outlandish. Nobody can realistically plant a timeline for winter that sounds like it actually happened.
So we're doing the games then, right?
What?
We get a wish.
It's like a bad idea.
I mean,
We're
one
pretty
of the
handy.
one of the things that we came up here for was to make sure we got up here before my mom was put into the games, which apparently, we're to believe what my father says, and no reason why not, that she is good for now.
Your mom's resourceful. I
Certainly.
caught a glimpse of her once when I came here, and I can only imagine that was only because she let me. She caught my eyes, gave me a half smile, and before I could even look back, she was gone. Believe me, I have no fear that your mother is safe. She seems to know what she's doing out there, even to the point where she was able to drop me off Spirit before leaving. I never even saw that. I came outside one day when I came back to Babs's, and Spirit was there.
A little note.
At any rate, it probably wouldn't do us very good to become the center of attention like that. The games are highly televised, and it just might not be a good idea to reveal our location so soon.
May I propose a counter-argument? It's not even a counter-argument I necessarily believe is the correct path, but a counter-argument nonetheless. If we were to join the games, if we were to win the games, if we were to get to wish, and wish for the games to be no more, the fear would be lessened. So the Shadow's influence would be crippled on this city, because without the games, the individual members of the Shadows seem far less intimidating.
Just find a different way to be cruel.
It's hard
Wouldn't
to
you rather wish that the shadow was disbanded?
The problem with disbanding, everybody says to kill a snake, you cut off its head. The problem is organizations like the Shadow aren't a snake; it's a hydra. And what happens if you cut off a hydra's head? Grow.
I don't know. I've never met one.
I was gonna say, to be fair, I don't think any of you have actually seen that. Like, well, I'll give it to Uru that he's probably heard of.
It's just
because
a legend.
I would imagine they would still be mythological figures in this world. I do a lot
probably
of
in
reading.
the same camp as dragon. So yeah, I'll give you like, yeah, they're when you cut down one head, more pop out. Like, I'll give you that. Yeah.
This isn't me
Okay.
saying. This isn't me saying like. And I believe that we can find one. It's like, no, I probably would have read about a hydra in something. If we were to wish away the shadow, the people within the shadow would still exist. They would their organization no longer would. So they create a bunch of new organizations that cause more terror, wreak more havoc. If we shut down the games, the individual members of the shadow, as I'm sure you could tell by our friends who entered earlier, are indeed fierce, but far less intimidating than the backing they have now. The people need hope.
You don't need magic to stop the games. You just need to destroy the infrastructure that allows it to happen. If you want to go into the games and stop it from happening, we just need to go in there and break everything.
Okay, but if we break it, they fix it. If we kill one, more rise up. If we try to somehow politically knock them down, who's to say that the next person who rise up isn't greater? A wish is all powerful. It ends the cycle.
Counterpoint. We have shit to do, and a lot of our company here is wanted by the shadow. I say we get a hold of Arkmon's parents, grab Tyke, get the hell out of Dodge, and go take care of the other shit that we got going on.
And just leave these people to die? Leave people like Babs to die? Leave the people of this city to die? What happens if we just leave?
You said it yourself. We can't help everyone.
No. Something I need to do here as well.
You're right. We can't help everyone. So let me counter your counterpoint.
So he's trying to do the math. Like, I can't.
We grab everyone and leave. Great. Everybody's still wanted. We've accomplished nothing but gain distance. If they know where we are, they'll come find us. So I say, why don't we announce it? If we take them down, we no longer have to watch our backs.
Who are these shadow people anyways? Can we maybe just infiltrate their hideout and take out their leader?
Oh yeah, good luck. Let's throw a dart at a dartboard and see if we can find a place from an organization known as the Shadow.
Hey, I'm a really good shot.
Their name is the Shadow. Do you think that name was come up with by them? Think it was just like a catchy tagline?
I did think it was a catchy tagline.
Hey, it could be.
It was given to them. Because nobody knows where they come from. But they're there. I'm not even saying this is our best course of action. I was too scared to face something like this once. Don't know if I can turn my back on it again.
Nadar is here somewhere. I'm not going anywhere until I find him.
It is
Although
true,
joining the games might actually force him to come to me. If he sees me going for a wish spell, doesn't matter what I plan on using it for in the end. Any outcome would be bad for him, so he would be forced to come after me. Might not necessarily do it himself, but he would have to show himself out in the open.
Again, it's just a suggestion. I'm not even saying that we should. I'm just saying it's not something we can throw out the window yet.
I'm not saying we dive headfirst into these games.
You said that no one has ever won. What makes you think we even stand a chance?
He said, to clarify, Uru says that he's never seen anyone win. I think that was a misspeak, because people have won the games, but they just always take the money over the wish spell because they know that the wish spell is, it gets fucked with.
Yeah.
So I think there might just have been like a misspeak there, because what it is if people do win, they always take the money because the wish is too easy to be fucked with.
To clarify, Uru said he's never seen anyone win. He has heard of people winning, but they sound almost mythic in stature, almost as, not to necessarily say that it hasn't happened, but to say like Uru doesn't necessarily know if it or believe that it happened.
The best correlation that I could think of would be somebody who becomes YouTube famous. And I don't mean just like gets a lot of subs. I mean somebody who goes from making YouTube videos to now working for Nickelodeon. Like, they started doing slime videos and now they're a manager of content. That kind of stuff. Like, it is far reaching and it isn't super frequent, but it's not impossible. And it is a healthy sum of money. It is the pool of whatever. The way it basically works is people who participate, their goods, their money, their resources, if they don't make it out with them, they stay in the pit. And so every once in a while, think of it like one of those arcade games that has a coin payout where people will pay into it, and the more people pay into it, the higher the pot is.
Right.
Motherfucking free parking.
It's the lottery. Only
Yes,
with
it is
chess.
free parking. It is free parking. Yes. Yes. And so sometimes it's a ton of great magic items, sometimes it's not. So it just sort of depends on how long it has been since the previous winner was announced. There hasn't been a winner since Uru arrived. And yeah, once people win, they don't stick around in Moeg. They usually take their money and they go to
off out
Ravnica
of here.
I'm ready.
or anywhere else.
So here's the thing. I mean, ending the games, yes, but I mean, as the shadow kind of implies, this is something that spreads, I imagine, a little further out than Moag. Are we clearing our names as well by doing this? That would be another concern. I mean, it wouldn't just be our names; it'd be everybody's names. It would be my family's name. If that all still is potentially there, then we're just putting ourselves in a lot of danger for. I mean. To be under
You're
this
right.
rule is insane, though.
I don't see an outcome where the shadow doesn't just kill us even if we win.
Not to mention, big picture here, if we get a wish, we've got like an earth-shattering catastrophe on our hands right now. The Shadowfell. Why not just wish that away? Why focus on such a small?
You can't just wish the world to be better. That's not quite how it works. Your wish needs to be a little bit more.
This would be a specific thing. We wish away the Shadowfell, right? Because it's contaminating our world, and we have to stop it.
But what's to stop the Shadowfell from then picking a different plane to go corrupt?
And wish it away where?
Right.
Are we wishing it to space? To the Feywild? Where are we wishing it to? It doesn't. We don't just wish it out of existence. You can't just poof, it's gone.
But why not?
Do we think
Yeah,
there's-
why not?
It's not how wishes work. They're not all powerful. Even
Well,
with
Not
wishes,
the
there are
ones-
limitations.
Generally, whatever being you are making a wish spell with is going to find a way to loophole it so that it screws over somebody. Doesn't necessarily have to be you.
No wonder everybody takes the money.
I'm gonna say the reason why people take the money is because nobody gets hurt.
It
Well.
is admittedly a risk. I'm not saying it's not.
I gotta ask, Guru, how long you been conjuring this one up? Thinking about
Yeah.
this.
Pretty much since I got here, to be honest with you.
You could have, maybe, perhaps, alluded to something when we spoke.
Oh yeah, hi guys, let's go throw ourselves
Just-
into the middle of a deadly game in hopes for a magical wish spell to wish away the corrupt government that is
Obviously, we only
currently
have a certain amount of
holding
words that we
these
can
people
use.
down.
You understand what I'm saying, though? God, like any kind of...
I'm not convinced it's the best idea.
I said you don't need to use magic to burn it all down.
Listen, I'm all for
I'm
overthrowing
imagining
the
like
government.
smoke pouring from Call's nostrils as he says that.
Yeah.
A low,
Every-
billowy, leathery, peppery smoke just plumes from his essence as he knows he can feel Nadar is in this city. Like for those of you who have ever had like a hated person that you're like, I never want to see that person, and if I see him, it's a fight on sight.
Mhm.
I am imagining Calls feeling that from the tip of his little horns to the bottom of his claws is just vibrating through his body, knowing that there is a chance that he might encounter somebody who he has been hunting for a while,
Mm-hmm.
I have
vibrating at the opportunity to go and find him and bring him to justice.
I have spent the days that I've been here conjuring up the best way to take down these atrocious games. Take down the shadow, great. Something new rises up. Take down, physically destroy the games, they rebuild. We need something widespread. We need something public. Something big. The idea
Bigger
of
than
wish-
burning down the games while we're in it.
they rebuild it, and then all that we did goes to nothing. If we win the games, everyone sees it. Every person in this city sees us do what they don't want us to do. And then if we take that wish, and we wish away those games, we wish away their fear. We wish away their anger. And now, when they see the shadow, they don't have to be scared of what's lurking around the corner anymore. They can finally stand up and fight back for themselves.
So are you or aren't you in favor of going into the games?
A kind of sly smile will go across Uru's face and go, you know the answer to that. I wouldn't have suggested it if I hadn't thought of it.
Ah, Jesus Christ, my mom's gonna kill me.
Mhm.
If
There's
the
a few
games
other
don't
things we need to
first.
find out. We need to do a few things before we go and make ourselves the center of attention, though.
We certainly do.
We
I would
still have-
like to. Yeah, go ahead.
We still need to figure out what the deal is with these Sunite cultists. They have darkness really shaken up, and they seem to be connected to Pike somehow.
That's Tyke.
Tyke. Is Tyke? I keep
Tyke.
wanting to say she's Pike. Tyke.
No, I agree. I'm not saying it's the first thing we do here, but keep it in mind.
Given how many of us are wanted, and we might need to be prepared for the game sooner rather than later, but no sense in jumping in head first.
Jackie, what do you think you could do? I mean, I know you're pretty good into staying in the shadows. That's probably not the best term for it, but
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
I get around,
I mean, yeah. Apparently, the guards have your description pretty specifically, and I can't say I've seen too many folk look like you. So that must be a pretty
Well, I suppose I could not look like me. That's not a problem.
perhaps might be an idea for the time being.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that real quick. So I'm going to use my disguise kit.
Mhm.
So it's basically Jackie, but with like glasses, a big nose, and a mustache.
I fucking love it. Just looking Groucho Marx with it.
Yep.
What was the name of the artificer? I'm sorry.
I'm imagining like the big curly mustache.
Babs?
Yeah. Like the
No,
Right,
the-
Babs
the
is not the
special one.
artificer.
Flue
Flue Price
Price.
is the artificer.
Flue Price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flue Price, yeah.
Hmm.
Fisher Price.
Yeah. I'd also
Well-
been meaning to pay Flue Price a visit.
He'll artifice
Do you think Babs could make an introduction?
a big red Tonka trunk.
Yes. And then I will write it into battle in the games.
Actually, it kind of sounds dope. You know,
I
We-
shall
we-
bring my dinosaur shovel.
if we're doing games, can we have like theme music? I'm coming out Stone Cold Steve Austin.
By God! By God! Arkmon's here! What the hell's he doing?
He's got a steel chair.
By God Almighty!
Rail is gonna kind of quietly approach Urugaru and do like a hey, meet me out back kind of nod and head out to the back where Spirit is.
Meet him outside. Meet him outside.
Son, I'm not your son!
Call me son one more time.
Alexander, go home. That's an
Sorry.
order from your commander.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll heed that beckon.
So I'll bring you outside and just kind of do a big sigh. Listen, there's a lot that you've missed in the last few weeks that we've been away. That woman that we're with is my cousin from Dorwine. There's a
It
lot's
sends a
lot's
familial
happened.
connection. I guess sister, but
I know we do kind of look alike, but we couldn't be any more different. She's a warrior, a protector, and she was tasked with protecting our home, which I inadvertently may have caused some trouble in. Anyway, look, there's something that I need to do to help my people, and I feel like I'm being pulled in every direction all at once, and trust me, I want to help these people, I really do, but I think I may have to go back to Dorwine soon. Otherwise, I don't think my people are going to make it.
see. I mean, I get it. My people are actively eating each other right now as we speak.
Yeah, you've mentioned that.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound very tasty.
I understand. But let me ask you something. When I stayed behind while you guys left, I thought it was because I needed to accomplish something. Something was missing. I needed to find my own path to whatever it was I was looking for. Do you know what I found out? I found out that, call it fate, chance, something more physically connected. We do much better together than we do separate. Alone, I was vulnerable. I was weak. I was a single bee. Without a hive. Flying around. But now that I'm back with you guys, I recognize that that's what I was missing. None of us do what we want to do on our own. Everybody needs help along the way. We're your hive. We are your colony. I promise you, whatever it is you need to do in Dorwine, we will help you do it, and you will not do it alone. If you feel it is so urgent that it cannot wait, we'll go. But I promise you this, you will not go alone. I will not let you.
Thanks, Guru.
I'm not saying my plan is the only plan, or even the plan we need to do right away. This is a group. As I said, we're a colony. And no one person makes a decision for the colony. The colony makes the decision that will best help the colony. So don't think that anybody here is going to let you leave on your own. If you need to go to Dorwine, then we need to go to Dorwine. It's just how it works.
You make a good point. I'll send Inavir back, and maybe we can find a way to keep in touch, and she can let me know what the situation is, but if it becomes dire, we may need to hustle.
We will leave at once.
Thanks, big guy. It's great having you back, by the way.
It's nice to be back.
And we can go back.
Babs has come back out of the kitchen and will apologize for the scene. They weren't trying to make a statement or anything.
Will kind of bow his head at Babs and go, "No, I apologize. I know it's hard. I know it's hard for you to speak about, and I should have been more considerate about that."
Before too much longer, another knock will appear at the door. Babs, her ears will immediately shoot down and get somewhat droopy out of concern that it might be somebody else. Will cautiously open it up and peek their head on the outside. But instead of having to look up, they get to almost look pretty straight ahead. And Arkmon, you hear a familiar voice.
Is it Tyke's voice?
It's Tyke's voice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay!
Tyke quickly shuffles in, pulls down their hood, revealing, again, that crimson red hair and what can only be surmised as a very awful spray tan. And she looks around at the rest of the party, trying to for a brief moment, looking specifically for Arkmon. And without saying anything to you, will basically charge at you, jump into your arms, and like squeeze you as tight as their little arms can squeeze you.
I mean,
Rail is gonna jump in on that.
No. I am going to use my fireflies to kind of illuminate around them to make the scene
Call is actually going to catch Rail by the collar and just be like, no.
I'm like, I want huggies too.
This is
Let them have their moment.
I'm gonna look over and be like, hey, I dig the red hair. It looks pretty good on you. It's pretty neat. Oh, I know you can't recognize me. It's Jackie, by the way. It's the
Uru,
disguise again.
honestly, the second you say that, Uru looks at you with such disgust in his face. Like the second you're
Call
like, yeah,
just
the look looks good. Uru's like, no.
Call's just holding a struggling Rail by the collar. Be like, the tan, however, could use some work. Why are you dressed like that?
Tyke isn't listening to any
Yeah,
of this.
I'm like,
Tyke is too
I'm
busy,
like,
pay attention.
Tyke is in their own little world right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would return the embrace, and I would just kind of softly, kind of quietly say to her, I'm so glad that you're safe.
There's a lot of sobbing and being like, I'm just so glad you're okay. I'm just so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Your mom kept saying not to worry, but I couldn't help but worry. Just a lot of that over and over and over again. Eventually, she'll have had her fill of hugs, but she'll very firmly put her hand in yours, like to hold it, like with fingers interlaced, and we'll address the rest of the group. I'm so sorry. I know this doesn't look like me.
No, it doesn't.
But this is.
Do you say it with that fucking like?
Yep. Yeah.
I kind of shoot it Claire, like, shut the fuck up. I don't say it, but I fucking stare it like, what this fucking guy.
Rail's still struggling against Call's grip, just kind of reaching out to Tyke with tears in her eyes, like,
Huggies!
you look
He'll let her go.
amazing, I love
Yeah, you're like, alright, bring it in.
The dog pile will then commence. There will be the huggies. Tyke is very happy that you're okay. So glad to see that everyone's here and back again. And we'll go on to explain that the reason why they've assumed this form is because the Sunites are everywhere, and it's easier to blend in with them than it is to actively defy them at this point, because then they actively take a bigger interest in you than if you were to just sort of join their ranks and kind of file in and do your assigned work.
Are these Sunites connected to the shadow that's all over this town?
Not publicly, no, and I don't have any proof to seal that deal, but there is some theory that the shadow and the Sunites are connected.
Of course they are. It makes perfect sense. Rug up the populace, and anybody who could stand up against you all of a sudden can't.
Not only that, but I don't foresee an organization this size or demeanor, from the sound of things, of this shadow to abide by another large group in their territory unless they control it.
Or at the very least are working together with it. I doubt there's a sense of hierarchy in this. It sounds more like a mutually beneficial pact.
Symbiotic relationship.
Oh.
The Sunites bring in people to the cults. They start living a lifestyle that they're not suited towards. They end up getting into the wrong people, and then the next thing you know, they're perpetually playing in the games, or they're at a service to the shadow, going wherever they're instructed to do so. Usually, it's being sold to Ravnica.
And there it is. Sold to Ravnica. Wait a minute. For what?
Slaves, obviously.
More slavery.
None of that now.
I think they prefer the term indentured servitude, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's a form of imprisonment.
Unpaid labor, does that make it sound better?
They're generally convicted of some form of crime, and then they're ushered off into a cell complex. Sometimes it is a large cell complex, and sometimes it's private security. And that private security is sometimes a large house. Sometimes that house is like the Where is Darkness? Is he okay?
We
And you'll
had
hear our cry from the kitchen go, everything's fine! Babs and I are just eating some food really quick. I'll be out. Still, I just need some time, guys. I just need some time. I'm just working on a song really quick. Get my
Darkness has
emotions in
had
the
a
right
hard
space.
day.
just doing some inner flexion, you know.
There's just like an out of tune guitar strumming in the other room.
It's a very in-tune guitar, actually. Like, I want to give Darkness 100% credit because he practices this shit. It's just kind of the same note over and over again. So, like, while it's a good song, after hearing it for 7 minutes straight, you might start to go a little nutty.
We had a discussion with some shadow enforcers. We may or may not have tipped Darkness off to it coming for obvious reasons, which may or may not have caused him to go into hiding.
That makes sense. Definitely don't want to end up on the receiving end of one of their investigations. But they weren't looking for him?
No, they seem to be
No.
looking for Jackie.
Why?
I was hoping you would know.
Why would I know?
I don't know. I don't know. They don't know. I was hoping you would know.
I
Sounds like we're
suppose
gonna
it's
have
fair.
to question them.
You don't simply just go over there and ask questions of the shadow. It doesn't quite work like that.
Well, I'm just
I think we
curious
could be
because
persuasive.
it's
I
really,
don't think you can be that persuasive.
it was obviously, I think it was a good call. Keep your head down and kind of blend in. But what's interesting is that, I mean, with he looks over at Jackie. I mean, and he looks over his hair. He's like, he almost kind of blends in. I'm surprised. They really were specifically looking for Jackie. It was really strange.
Well, they can't find me now as I like move the glasses with a,
Yeah.
a little wiggle on it.
It's like, it's like,
He's Clark Kenning up in this shit.
shit.
Wait a minute, who are you and what have you done with Jackie?
He wishes.
Got him.
He
Dude,
wishes.
it's wild how accurate Clark Kenning is.
We could always go to the Sterling Hoop. That's usually where most people go if they're interested in willingly participating in the games. You could ask them your questions. That might be a good place to start.
Just be careful. Asking too many questions will get into the wrong ears.
There's also the Devoted Son, if you wanted to speak with one of the Sunites yourself, though. I don't know how I feel about you doing that. And Tyke will kind of blush.
Waste of time. Lasted whole dicks. You could see Uru was like struggling with like a really like sophisticated way to call them dicks, so it just ended with dicks.
Well, we need to find out more about the Sunites, I think. And Tyke, I have one more question to ask you. Have you seen any Dragonborn around the Moag at all? And he'll like describe Nadar, who's like a larger, older Dragonborn. I believe. I forget if I had him as brass or red. I think he was red.
I believe he was red.
Yeah, red Dragonborn with a broken horn.
Red Dragonborn, Broken Horn. Doesn't sound super familiar, but if he's here, the best spots to look out for him would be either. I don't imagine I haven't seen anybody like that at my job, but there are a couple of other taverns you could go check out.
Wish I could say I've seen him around town, but I can't even say I've seen a glimpse of somebody like that.
Damn. I suppose I should have expected him to be hard to find.
Well, what do you think he would be doing in Moag? It's kind of a big city.
It's tough to say. I don't know what he'd even be doing outside of Roth. All I know is he's furthering Tiamat's return.
That
Well, I
doesn't
mean,
sound
if you're looking for a place to get some scumbaggery and villainy and skullduggery done, this is the place to do it.
If Tyke looks a little bewildered by the mention of Tiamat's return and it has anything to do with what we're doing, I'll be like, I'll explain.
They're just like, what? Is that like a book that came out? Like, what do you mean you're dealing with Tiamat? Like,
it's been quite a complicated last stretch of how long it's fucking been.
only a couple of weeks.
Yeah, only a couple weeks.
It's since leaving. Actually, I take that back. Since leaving Stronghold, it's because it was 3 months after the Feywilds trip.
Yes, Feywild trip
Yeah.
came back, and it was almost within the day that
Yeah,
the fire happened, and we were.
and you
bounced
spent
out.
some time in Weatherlight, and then spent a
Mhm.
few days, and so it's been about a week and a half since
Oh
then.
my God. It
Um,
has been in
we spent so long in that
10
goddamn cave.
10 days.
It's been 18
1
months.
week since you looked at me.
We've
Just
been
about.
stuck in a cave. And there's been a
Um,
lot of caves.
where if you
Who you have?
if you had to
haven't been in a cave.
guess, Call, what do you think Nadar would be doing in a day-to-day setting? Like, we don't need to think about his big brain plans. Is he the kind of person to normally stay in hiding? Is he the kind of person to get drunk in a tavern? Like,
No, he's too focused. He would probably remain in hiding. Or, well, he wouldn't exactly hide himself, but he wouldn't make himself known either. Not if he was trying to do something that required a modicum of tact or concealment.
Sometimes the easiest way to blend in is to just be natural.
Recruiting.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
He might be recruiting. Between the Sunites, the Shadow, whatever connection this has to Darkness's parents and the Shadowfell, this all has to be connected.
well, there is also the Virtuous Hand, which is another temple. It's not devoted to any particular deity. It's sort of devoted to like law and justice and things of that nature. Do you think that might be the kind of
Guru's
place?
ears perk up a little. Like, law? Justice?
Yeah. Call
Legalese?
will just kind of like look thoughtfully for a moment, and his eyes will get drawn down to like the artifact sword that he keeps wrapped up in the scabbard on his back. No, I don't think he'd be there. But I might want to see that place later. Is there anywhere where Dragonborn in general gather?
Gonna be honest.
Is there a
with you, big
tavern
man.
that's frequented by my kind?
The amount of Dragonborn I've seen in this city can count on one hand.
You've also been here for like 2 days, big guy.
Yeah, but it's like a day and a half longer than these nerds.
You're also kind. I feel like you're a little distracted by the bugs
Fair.
that are in the Underdark. I've seen you look at those glowworms.
I do really like the bugs and the bugs. There's a lot of cool bugs in this city,
The
guys.
moths are
like-
so big and pretty
like,
down here.
guys,
I
you
don't
don't-
understand.
You don't understand when you get to like a dank city like this. It's got a little bit of like an aging vibe, a little the kinds of bugs you can find, like the roaches that you would find in this
The
place. are
spiders
phenom-
here, big, beautiful, but weirdly friendly.
They, and they're just here setting up their own houses. They're not really looking to do anything with it. It's the perfect spot to catch prey. This is the perfect spot for a spider to
But
live.
this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you make a good point.
Well, have you seen your dad?
Yeah, no,
Uh,
we stopped by. I forgot the name of the establishment, but
Did you actually forget the name of the establishment?
I did.
Okay, that's fair.
Babs.
No, Bab,
No.
Yeah,
you were
no.
at Babs's right now.
What?
It's
Oh, cause I would say it.
I was gonna say that was Hartthur's Brewery.
So yeah, we went to. Well, I promise. We went there because your place was absolutely fantastic. I love the food there.
It's not my place.
No, I
It's his
mean,
job.
yes,
but
the
could
place
you
you're
like
working at,
It's not like I'm
Could-
working at Harther's or anything.
of course.
but like
But
could you get me like the recipes and stuff? Because
Oh, of course.
how the hell do you get vegetables that fresh? It's incredible.
It's hydroponics.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Rail also like
So he
smacks her
doesn't go out
forehead
and
goes,
gather
"That's
them after all."
genius."
Ah.
Was Dallas saying? What was Dallas saying?
Sorry, I said, so he doesn't go out and gather them after all.
Well, he goes out and gathers them.
Well, no, you have to go out and gather them, but in order to keep them that fresh for this kind of a time, that's very impressive. He had to come up with a very intricate system of keeping those veggies both crisp and fresh. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm distracting you.
it's all right.
Check, you smelled that meat again. Fucking brutal.
So yeah, we happened to stop in there because Carl needed to get himself something to eat, and yes, ended up. Luckily, he let me know. And it sounds like from what you told me, that my mom should be fine. Although that's a relative term, I suppose. When was the last time you spoke to her?
About 2 days ago.
Wow. Okay. Is she? She seems fine. She's, I think she's.
Roll me an insight check.
Damn, 7.
Tyke is going to tell you that your mom seems very comfortable and confident. It's like she's in her own element here.
Oh.
Really reserved, though. Doesn't want me to get involved. I don't think she'd want you to get involved either.
Of course you wouldn't. That sounds.
You
What's
know
she
your
trying
mom.
to do?
And yet,
And yet
I'm not sure she's told me. The less I know, the better.
And everything for you, everything's been going fine as far as.
Well, it's Moag.
I mean,
It's not home. I can tell you that. I miss Osceolos. I miss the smell of beef patties. I miss my shrinky drink. I miss people laughing and having a good time. I miss the creepy fog that used to come rolling in through the streets, and we'd run inside so the dragon wouldn't get us. I miss those being the scariest nights that I have to deal with. I don't like what I have to deal with now, which is having to constantly watch my back. When I have to constantly be worried if someone's following me to figure out where I'm going. I have to be so careful about what I say or who I say it around. It's exhausting. We haven't been here for I don't know how your mom does it.
and that's what I don't understand is why the hell did you guys go here, of all places? Why did my mom?
You mentioned
take
that there was
here?
something really important here that she needed to do to resolve something, but she wouldn't tell me what.
And you can't leave until it's resolved?
I could leave, but I didn't want to leave without Willard and Eula. I didn't want to leave without Arkmon. I knew
Okay.
he'd come here looking for her.
This is
And you.
She'll blush.
This has been insightful. But I do have one final question that I need you to answer. And I need you to answer it honestly.
Jesus Christ,
Uru, if
Uru.
it's about soup. I swear to God.
Jesus Christ. All right.
There's one thing I've noticed in the couple of days I've been here that just confuses me. What is up with all the golf? Why is everybody so interested in golf? I don't get it.
I wish I could explain. It's popular in Ravnica, and it seems like somebody within the shadow is also a fan of. Did my stream just die? Oh no, it was just taking a minute. Tyke will go on to explain that it is a really big hobby and pastime in Ravnica right now. People will go off onto the coast and just see how far they can go. It's basically driving, so it's not golf as in like golf courses. It is just like see how far you can drive the ball, and then putt is also really big. There's balls and holes, but can't explain the phenomenon behind it.
In case you didn't realize, that was also Uru's way of kind of breaking a little bit of tension. Felt like it was getting a little bit like,
That's fair.
it feels gloomy in here. Let's talk about golf for a second.
Well, we need to discuss some things if kind of necessary. But...
Yeah, but it felt like we had hit a point where it's like, I don't think there's much more to gain out of this conversation. What's up with the golf?
It's very popular. It's popular in Ravnica right now.
When me and Mana talked about this, when me and Mana talked about Moeg, she made specifically sure to mention that for some weird reason, golf is pretty big.
Yes.
Like, people love golf.
Like there are two big pastimes in Moag. If you're not working or like drinking your worries away, it's either watching the games, which is depressing as fuck, or watching people play golf.
Or golf. Phil
She's also
Mickelson, man,
depressing as fuck.
big guy in Moag.
What was that, Ray?
I said, which is also depressing as fuck to watch people play golf.
Hey, golf is the sport of kings. It is a gentleman.
Golf is the sport of rich people. Shush.
Which is why it is very popular in Ravnica and in Moag.
Did I say that somehow differently than you?
Kings? Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Kings implies that they're worthy of it, when in reality they're just rich.
I play golf video games very well.
That's
Mario Golf doesn't count.
That's different.
It does
It's
in
golf.
Arcmon's mind.
It's golf.
I am transferring over my Mario Golf prowess to Arcmon. This is a character now.
It's canon.
It is.
Canonically
He's
good at Mario Golf.
Some reason knows how to play Mario Golf on the Game Boy Color really well. I don't know. It doesn't exist in his world, but if he could.
But if it did, he'd be
If it
amazing.
did, he'd be the best.
So.
Have you seen any of the games yet?
No.
Unfortunately, I
Have
think
you?
I'm the only one.
Oh, we just got here.
I asked to Tyke, have you?
She'll get a little bit bashful and be like, I hate to admit it, but I do watch them.
Really?
Kind of unavoidable here.
Well, is there perhaps a place, an establishment we can go to watch these? I suppose. At this point, I want to know this goddamn batshit crazy plan we got going. Might as well do as much knowledge as we can about this thing as we.
No, I would agree.
Tycho mentioned that the Sterling Hoop is a tavern where you can watch the games.
Well, you would never so mind. I would accompany you to watch the games.
Now's not a time for a weird date idea, Arcmon.
I doing research, Call.
Gonna say, you scouting it out.
He who trusts his own mind is a fool.
Rail is already
Wisdom.
crafting a boutonniere for Arcmon to wear on his date.
What the hell are you doing? Oh my Jesus God.
It's like a really garish flower too, like brightly colored, clashes with your outfit.
I
Put it back
will.
as tykes.
I will.
Mhm.
I will have a spider kind of crawl up on her shoulder to like spin any yarn that she needs or anything like that.
Oh my God.
No,
Well, ridiculous.
help
Yes.
her with the accoutrements.
Yes.
Tyke is absolutely willing to take everyone to the Sterling Hoop to check out the games if that is what the party wishes to do. Otherwise, we can split.
Seems like a good idea
Is
to
the
go check it
Sterling
out.
Hoop near that Church of Law and Order?
Different side of town. Church of
Yeah.
Law and Order is kind of distant from the place of where people go to watch other people die horrific deaths.
I mean-
Well, I mean, you
Uh.
got to go to where the people are, man. But all right, I understand.
Is there food at the games?
Call, if you want to go,
Sorry, go ahead.
Call if you want to go look for Nadar, I can help you out.
Hopefully, if this idea with the games works out, Nadar might end up coming to me.
Well, we don't
There's
want to draw
something else
too
I
much
want-
attention to ourselves.
At
All
the
things in
moment,
time.
But
As far as
In the
food
meantime,
options go,
I
these
don't-
are all of the street food vendors that exist near the Sterling Hoop.
Is there another D's?
No.
Oh.
okay, I like how they all start with the except for
Except
Fishy
for-
Fancy Francis.
I'll stick with the group for now. If you want to go to the tavern, we can go.
I think that's wise. I don't think splitting up in a place like this does us any good.
The drunken badger. Drunken adder.
Be on this snake.
The cracked shrew.
Francis.
The roaring scorp.
Rose Scorpion.
The barking mare sounds like it probably has pretty good food. I don't know about the burnt basket though.
Yeah, not the best naming idea for a restaurant.
Maybe
What if they have really good barbecue?
I was gonna say maybe they have the best food around
Okay.
here and nobody knows but the locals.
There's a difference between blackened and burnt. Oh.
Is there?
I don't know. Burnt
I-
bacon ends are pretty delightful. I don't know if you've ever had those before, but they're like extra crispy. That extra
I-
layer. I don't know why. Like, there's also s'mores. Burnt marshmallows taste better than like lightly toasted ones. We can fight on this, but like,
It's a good
Yeah.
I
enough
am about
name.
to be kicked out of this call for what I'm about to say.
Wow.
You don't like
Another awful
Bacon.
food take
don't
from
like
Craig is-
marshmallows?
So you're just gonna lean into it.
I don't like my bacon crispy.
Oh, that's fine.
I
That's reasonable.
I
he
like
likes it flappy.
I like the chewy bacon.
I like a
Like-
half and half. I like a little bit of chew, but a little bit of crisp. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna kick out for that.
Okay.
If you were about to say that you didn't like marshmallows, I was just gonna leave the call.
I have a s'mores kit literally behind me that I'm gonna throw a couple in the oven after this because somebody brought up s'mores in this call, and now I want some.
I don't like marshmallows because they'll kill me.
Get
That-
the
you know
fuck
what?
out
That
of
is-
here.
That is the best possible reason to not like marshmallows.
Yeah,
That's the best possible reason
because no one
to
can
not
be
like
like,
anything.
"What's not gonna?"
It's less that
Yeah.
you don't like them and more that they'll kill you. And
They
it's,
don't
I
like
mean,
Yeah.
me.
They will kill me. Shit, I can't
Mhm.
argue that.
Yeah, you can't
At
be
the
like,
same
"One
time,
won't kill you," and then because
sometimes-
they'll be like, "Yeah, it will."
So that being said, I do love dangerous frogs.
I
I
have
plan on
had,
putting them in my mouth though. So
I have had pufferfish before, so who am I to talk?
okay, it's about the time where we usually take our little breaksies. I don't know. Do y'all want to take like a quick 10-15 to grab some drinks, use a potty, play some
Yeah, that
Smash?
works for me. I
Sure.
gotta bring my plate upstairs anyways. The smell of hot sauce is starting to infect my nose.
And it sounds like we're heading to the Sterling Hoop to go and check out the games.
Yep.
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's watch some poor unfortunate souls die.
I thought you were gonna say something completely different.
I heard it started with poor, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Y'all need Jesus.
Wait, I have the perfect thing for this. Hold on.
Jesus born.
Jesus. Hell yeah. Sweet Jesus, alright. Alright.
Sweet Jesus. Oh my god. Phrasing.
Alright, Smash Lobby will go up.
Smeesh.
Oh boy.
The lore, the grand Harpode adventures. I'm glad you're all having fun partaking in them. What is Mom trying to do now? Ah shit, she needs to fix something here. Fuck, we're tied to this area. It's better than a cave. Well,
Is
you know
it?
what? I gotta
You know,
say,
I mean,
I did
The
start.
cave had security.
The kobold
Right?
started growing me a little bit too, but yeah.
right? They were cool. I liked them.
Plus, we had the lizards, like the homies.
Mhm.
The cave was familiar. It was a constant in our lives. We knew what to expect from the cave.
Never should have left.
wanna
Everything
go
went
back.
wrong
I
when we
wanna
left
go
the
back.
cave.
I wanna go.
So the cave is gonna be a meme now. Hold on.
It's my favorite way to fucking troll Mana. I'm like, you know what? I'm really thinking about going back to the cave.
That's
I
why
have
I want to
no-
commission. So I've got a couple of cave pieces that I want to show. So it's
Yes.
like Healing Minds MTG art. Copy. So something like posted in sources.
Oh, I love that.
But with more of like a jungly vibe.
Mm-hmm. So I'll show you what I was envisioning. Hold on.
Bob out front just waving.
Oh,
I know, right?
Hi from the cave. It's fucking.
It's Bob.
Here we go live to the cave cam with Bob. Bob, how we doing down there?
Not very good.
It's like the end of Fargo where it's the foot sticking out of the wood chipper, except it's out of a roper's mouth. And I do mean the leg sticking out, not the third leg. That'd be kind of.
That would be weird.
Yeah.
Damn.
Was fucked up.
1, 2, buckle my shoe.
3, 4, open the door!
Oh god!
I got government money.
Yay.
Wait, wrong button.
And
I exploded at 0%.
Oops. Oops.
oh boy.
No! Thank you, random platform. Ah! Bamboozled. Oh dear. Oh,
Wow.
no! Those are rude.
Oh, what am I doing? Facing the wrong way. Whack.
Hooray! I'm alive.
Did you just explode?
Yeah.
Just gone. Holy shit.
Fucking deleted. I just, what?
Ah!
Get sizzed.
Why'd you sizzle me?
It was just a sizz.
It's a light sizzling. Ah,
That was close.
it was.
That'll do it.
Ah,
Nope.
that'll get you.
That one.
Damn it.
Close. That would have.
Tough on Kirby.
Like, why can't I have the 18 fucking million?
So, like that call making that face with the little country hat.
Wait.
Hold on, I want. What happened? Little country hat. What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What?
Coming up with
Oh
shit
my
posts for your husband.
I need it. Wait.
No,
Wait,
Don't worry
Don't
about
worry
it.
about it. Don't worry about it.
No. I
Don't
want to worry about it.
Their favorite pastime is hiding shit from you.
This is true. This is actually very true. And then bragging about hiding things from him.
Multiple
Uh-huh.
times a day.
True.
Just don't worry about it.
You just walk in the room, you look at him. Don't worry about it. And then you walk out the
Get the
room.
fuck
What?
out.
Wait.
Right?
Now.
How do we not worry about this? You just don't worry about it. Don't worry
That
about it.
implies there's something.
Yeah.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Tappy's dying.
Uh.
Don't die. Stop dying.
Looks like we got a sword match here. Even
The
Kirby's
power
got
of
a
my
sword.
shirtlessness will save me.
Well, if that's
You're
if
still
that's what
muted,
it is,
Tappy. Tappy, you're muted.
shirtlessness. Tappy's buck ass naked on Kirby.
Huh?
You're muted. I saw you
Was I?
laughing and talking because I got your stream.
Could have been.
Either that or I wasn't picking up the chuckle. I thought I saw you say something, but
Hey,
it wasn't
better
coming through.
swing, better. Oh, goodness.
Oh my god, yeah. I figured. I was like, I know what both these guys have for their fucking neutral. It was the same move, pretty much.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I'm not dead yet. Well, that's kind of rude. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I'm the villain. That's what I do. Ah,
Thought I was gonna move closer than that. What the?
Still okay. Sephiroth! The pink ball must die.
That was not worth it for me. Sizz. Aw. Snooze.
The Sizz and the Snooze. It's the classic Sizz Snooze combo.
It was the snooze, wasn't
Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. Oh dear.
it? Yeah, that could have been really bad for you.
That could have been. Surprised it wasn't.
Oh, that was the whack again. It's the one that just deletes you.
No, get up, Sephiroth.
You are almost in time.
I almost was. I hate that he has that move.
Thank you.
He was gonna go in.
That was totally. Yeah,
Alright.
that guy nice.
Snap on you.
We're gonna go all the way over here. Wow. We're gonna break you out of that. No way. I could have held that. I thought I was fine. Brutal. I'm gonna get something to drink. Be right back.
Oh. Oh, that was tough. Yeah. Think it ledge. Think it ledge went over top. So bitch.
GG's. My nipples protected me. Are we back after Bag returns? I haven't heard from Craig yet.
Maybe. Oh, there's one. Hey, you know what? This kind of fits with the theme of the night too. Okay. We must go back. I love that. Love it with the bait. We must go back. Ooh-wee.
That's some funny shit.
It's the reason why Jackie doesn't have parents was so that I couldn't kill them later.
I
Asshole.
asked Mana on the way up the stairs. So when are you gonna kill off Tyke?
Oh, fuck
instantly.
you! No! No!
And in a moment of seconds, I go when it's gonna hurt the most.
When it hurts
Oh.
the most.
Without skipping a fucking beat, and he's like, "Damn! I'm gonna tell everybody you said that." I was like, "You fucking snitch!"
Fucking snitch. I run down the hallway. Wait.
Wait.
I didn't mean it. Free hit. So we got a free hits. I'm gonna load a dab up
That's a great idea.
because happy 710.
It's 420 somewhere.
I don't think it is technically.
That's not how that works.
It's not how it works. Yeah.
Hey, someone might have a busted ass clock somewhere and it's still 420. So hey, counts.
Oh, you know, there's some fucking stoner somewhere with a clock that's just not functioning and just set to 420 all day.
That's me. I'm that asshole. That clock right there is actually set to 420.
Boom.
And there you go. 420 somewhere.
To the best of my ability, that clock is set to. My dad made me a clock when I was very little, and it no longer functions. The motor on it is because it's over 30 years, and it was just like a little art project clock piece. But like my dad used to make custom clocks for people, as like his fun little
Wow.
like side art hustle. And so I have
Were
this one
these
that he
like
made.
functioning? Were
Yeah.
these like functioning clocks that he like customized, or did he
Yeah.
like make the clockwork parts?
So he'd take out the clockwork machinery and then create a new faceplate for the clock itself, and then like reattach the clockwork machinery so that it would work within the new facing of it. So instead of it just being like a traditional, 12 through whatever clock, it would have like a cool weird art picture in it, or it would have like lights in it or things like that.
That is dope as hell.
Yeah, it's just a little cool craft. But so I have the one that my dad had in my bedroom when I was born, and it's set to 420.
Love it.
Because my dad and I both like to smoke weed at 420 together. He'll be like, "Daughter, it is 420. Smoketh with me," and I go, "Yes, father."
Let it be done.
Yep. And he remembers. If he remembers to send me a message at 420, he's like, "It's happy 420," and then we'll be like, "Do dabs? Smoke it at the same time?" Okay. This is
Shit.
hashtag parenting goals.
It's the closest thing to bonding I had with my dad. Ooh, I fucked that up.
I'm so sad my 710 is gone, and I meant to go to the store today to get more of it, but I was playing Dave the fucking Diver instead.
So fun.
Is that the name of the game? The fucking diver.
It is now.
This is Dave. You fuck.
The fucking Diver. He absolutely fucks. Can't walk around in that skin tight neoprene suit all day. Don't tell me that he's not into some freaky shit. Gotta be very confident in yourself to be able to pull off that look.
That is Super Saiyan looking shit. Get away from me.
It ups my magic, and then I go, wah! Well, you get the idea.
Yeah. Oh no. Thank
Oh,
you.
fuck. God damn it. I could potentially kill you at 40% with this character for crits. Holy crap. Damn it.
Never! Another 2 or 3.
That hit me?
Good.
That's bullshit. Oh!
Woo!
Yeah. I knew that was coming. Try to stop it.
Ah, dash, yeah. Yeah. Went for the jabs on hero. Into, Oh.
It went through my fire. That's fucking.
Full
Ah,
charge.
that's crazy.
Full
I've never
charge.
seen a projectile with super armor.
I know that Samus's like regular little, not even the charging, but just like a little one, couldn't stop that fireball. But I guess other fireballs, it just absorbs it.
It didn't. It went. That's wild. I feel like it went through my other one too. I don't know. GG's.
Stomach bubbling. Oh, my stomach bubbling.
Should we get into the game or go for
You do one more.
Smash Run?
Do one more.
Okay.
I'm finishing my dab.
Wow.
I'm mad at myself over that.
Come here.
I was thinking you wouldn't even get it off. Nope.
Just reiterate, the bag has 24 damage on his first life. And I am 2 down now because I'm silly.
Well, when you're in, I've learned that if you're
first
on the edge throwing fireballs constantly, people come for you. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
I've learned this. Oh shit.
Yeah, and I would have thought I had my double jump right there.
This is snooze. Ow. Aw, really? Oh my god. Ooh. Sizzle. Kerfizzle. No. Fuck.
Oof.
Fireball.
God, I gotta stop killing myself. I keep doing silly things to just get me killed.
Happens. Apparently on that SD, I got credit.
Yeah, I guess.
Yo, shouts out Vladimir Guerrero Jr. winning the home run derby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, nice.
Are we back?
I believe so.
All right.
Got my sack of wine.
Hey. One
It is exactly that.
Nice.
Little sec.
Wine sack.
One sec, baby, one sec.
Wine sack for a quick snack.
It's just a snack, yes. A snack of what?
A good old snack, yep.
So as
It's
you
got
leave,
fruit in it.
is everyone here?
Yep.
Alright,
Believe so.
Upon leaving Babs's Baubles, Tyke will make a pretty sturdy effort to hide their appearance, like with a cloak, and then even like an additional sort of face covering to even sort of further their anonymity, and they'll encourage you all to do the same. If you wanted to spend some time figuring out how you would like to do that.
That's pretty natural for me. I'll even maybe just utilize my cloak to further just does obvious appearance, I guess, just keep it more discreet.
Sure. For those of you who don't have a magical artifact that allows you to just mysteriously
Yes.
change your appearance to business Archmon, how are you making yourself less noticeable?
I'm 8'4". Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean,
You do the
call
same thing
just,
everyone else does and go cloak and hood.
Yeah, that's basically
that's all I can do, right?
Yeah.
Right. We'll go ahead and
It-
we'll do a group stealth check. You don't have to do this at disadvantage if you're wearing armor, as this isn't necessarily, or you could roll bluff.
Because I have a disguise on, do I get advantage?
Yes.
So what you're saying is I could roll deception instead of step.
Oh shit,
I mean,
Daddy!
so pretty.
32. 32.
25.
27.
I was looking to see like how absolutely stealthy, and you guys all, despite some of you being fucking 8 feet tall, Paul is the most awkward out of all of you, it would appear, because he's like, why would I hide who I am?
Yeah,
I have nothing to hide.
We gotta work on that pride of yours.
Or something
Counterpoint.
to that regard. Was that-
No.
Counterpoint. Do you a little bit of good.
Yes.
At this point, I feel like
counterpoint.
Call is almost like looking for a fight. He's hoping Nadar sees him, like, to some degree. And so being completely hidden doesn't necessarily... I can see Call's logic behind it, is what I'm saying.
With a 32...
I also fully believe Nadar knows I'm here already. Like, it's very likely that he's gonna know I'm here.
With a 32, do I just become a shadow?
I was gonna say, with a 32, like, Tyke's like, where'd you go?
I just found you again!
No, but yeah, it is, the party did a fantastic job of just all being able to be their sneakiest versions of themselves as you guys make your way through the streets of Moag. You aren't entirely sure what time of day it is, but your body aches as though to suggest that it's probably getting closer towards like late evening at this point. We'll call it 9 p.m. So for those of you who are probably more susceptible to early bedtimes, which I don't think is technically anyone in this party, especially since some of you are elves, but those of you who might feel like the sun's getting lazy, and now as am I, would start to kind of feel the sleep start to creep in. Tyke's been working all day, and so they definitely seem a little bit slower in pace. And at first, it seems like it could be out of an abundance for caution, but instead, it's mostly just that they're working very hard. And Moag isn't what we would call the greatest opportunity for economic independence. Like, as you are making your way through the streets, you see that there are several street food vendors that are selling wares for copper pieces, just to give you kind of a sense as to what the economy is like out here. It's almost weird at first seeing such a low currency being exchanged for street food, when generally, like in Ravnica, Weatherlight, Stronghold, it's all silver pieces. But out here, you're seeing stuff for what would, it's like if you were to go to a small town outside of your hometown, and they can sell ice cream cones for $1, and you're like, who does that anymore in this economy? But there were tamales for $1, or just something along those lines. It seems a little bit like a novelty, and almost to the point where it can kind of feel suspicious. But Tyke is very quick to hop into one of those, hop into a short line, grab a stick full of steamy, crispy deliciousness, and then pop back out. Like, you should try this. This is my favorite.
Thank you, Tyke, but I've eaten.
Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, no, I definitely sample what she grabbed.
It is very delicious. It is crispy. It is seafoody.
Ooh.
For those of you who like takoyaki, it's basically takoyaki.
Yay.
If you're not into takoyaki, just imagine that it's a different meat and it's not octopus, but it tastes amazing and savory and delicious. It is hot, it's crispy, and it's great. You're walking for not too long. You'll notice that people are very quick to kind of start a fight with one another over the tiniest little altercation. Somebody bumps into somebody while walking past them on a road, and they're willing to start to throw hands over it. Somebody looks at somebody too funny, and there's are you looking at me? No, I'm not looking at you. I was looking at the guy over there. Yeah, you were looking at me. Why are you looking at me? There's just, it seems like that happens every 2 blocks or so. It's just somebody's willing to start to pick a, everyone's very much on edge. Everyone seems angry. If you're looking around the city for too long and you happen to cross gaze with somebody else who doesn't look like they want to be looked at right now, they're very quick to want to try and mad dog you. It definitely feels like a hostile walking environment.
I'm walking here.
Very much so. This is definitely kind of a fight on site style establishment. And actually, can I, let's see here.
Upstate New York. Gotcha.
Let's roll. Let's have everyone roll a d6. Person who has the
Okay.
lowest. Be my victim. Got a 5. I got a 5.
Got a 5.
We got a 2.
Got a 5.
Got a 5. Nobody wants to be the lowest. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is this run on 5s?
Who got the 2?
Call.
Call.
I think we're missing. Oh no, it's just the 5 of you because darkness isn't here.
That
Call.
run on 5s though.
You encounter this large, fur-covered looking individual, big, burly. You would recognize him as a furbolg. Let me get you a
Recognize him as
picture.
furry?
A furbolg. Furbolgs are what Bog Ross was. Let me get you a kind of a vibe of him. Copy. Sources. Kind of, as somebody who is also very tall and very large, he'll stare at you from kind of just across the way. He's like, "What are you looking at?"
Your pecs.
Call will
Yeah,
just
dude,
like
you're dang.
snort and look away.
He'll call out what you can probably best guess as an insult.
What did he call it out in?
Furbolgian.
Oh, it was in common. He just
Goblin.
goblin. God damn it! It's like
I
the
think
one
Jackie
Wha-
knows Goblin.
one
I know-
G
I have
language I
Gnomish.
don't speak. I have
Oh, you have
Gnomish and
Gnomish.
Giant.
Yeah, Gnomish, not Goblin.
I don't think any of us have Goblin.
The only G language I don't have.
Paul will take a deep breath and try to ignore this
Roll me
obnoxious
a
herbold.
wisdom savings throw.
You know what? I'm proud of you, Call.
Wisdom save. Hey.
I'll say with a 16, your resolve is strong, and you can feel the sword kind of vibrate on your back as though with approving energy that
You will
you
also
are.
notice the Uru look at you with approving energy. I'm proud of you, Call.
Shut up.
I'm so tempted to ruin the moment.
Oh no, don't make no mistake. It's very tongue in cheek.
How tempted? How tempted are you?
Moderately.
I'm
Oh,
my
oh, him.
my chaos within me wants to jump on Call's back and shout at the furbolg with a fist in the air saying, "Hey, watch your mouth."
Would you like to leave it to fate?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and roll me a d100. 25%
Alright.
or lower, so 1 through 25. Your chaos gremlin takes the wheel.
38.
All right, chaos gremlin is quelled.
I'm like trembling though.
You're thinking about all the things you want to say to this guy, but since you don't speak Goblin, you're like, I don't know what he's saying. I don't even know how to insult him. What's the best insult for somebody who speaks Goblin? Do we do that? Like, so you get into your own head about it a little bit too much before just sort of letting instinct fully take over,
Leave
which
it alone.
bars you from making that decision. You're able to make it to the to the Sterling Hoop without further incident, and upon entrance, this bar is ruckus. There are games happening at various tables, there's arm wrestling, there's people arguing over whose turn it is to pay the tab, there are people arguing that you need to pay your tab or I'm going to take it out on you, and all while this is sort of going on, you can see that there are 4 large sort of like scrying pools that are against the far walls that show you from multiple angles this poor unfortunate soul as he fervently makes his way down a hall with little more than adventuring leathers, a humble tunic, and a rusted sword and a buckler to defend himself against whatever lurks on the other side of these fucking corners and cellars. There are people who look like they're taking bets as to how long he's going to live or how he's going to die. It is not what one would call... It's a weird, grisly spectacle because this is a person. This isn't like... This isn't an episode of a thing where this is a fictional person. This is an actual human who we are watching them fight for their lives. Currently, it is quiet, and it looks like they're sort of preparing themselves for their next encounter. But in the meantime, there's large pools of people who are all clamoring, like, oh, he's going to die in the next room or two. No, he's doing really good. He's got a lot of piss and vinegar in him. He's going to make it to level 4. Absolutely. I'll bet 2 gold pieces it'll make it to level 4. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It sort of sounds like sports talk when sports guys are arguing over whether or not a team's going to do well.
He's hitting over 320 in the month of June. Come on, he's got to do this.
You hear a lot of that. You're like, his KD ratio is off the charts compared to the previous guy. He actually has got a pretty decent chance at this shit. Happy, I think you're muted again, sweetie.
Ah, thank you. I'm about to say. No. It was just at the moment.
There's a very short, stocky woman who seems to be standing on top of the bar with what looks like ye olde megaphone to sort of yell into it. They're kind of making command prompts. They're like, oh, Tobias, managed to make it past the goblin horde alive, but will Tobias make it to level 3? Who's to say? Taking bets on Tobias. Just sort of gesturing to people in the crowd as they're kind of getting ready for what you can only assume is being between rounds, is what they refer to it as.
I look at Tyke and I'm like, so you watching the games here, huh?
Like, it's the best place to watch them. She'll get kind of really bashful. Like, it's like if you've ever met somebody who's maybe a little too into reality TV, and you're like, you watch this shit. They're like, I mean, it's background noise.
I'm just a
What
little
do you
surprised.
come here and read a book?
No, not that. I just damn, they sure are just really kind of it is just kind of ingrained here, huh? He's just more taken aback right now. Arkmon internally is like, he's trying to process the idea of, granted, he always understood that it's like a fight to the death. But like, they're just fucking freely just like, he's gonna fucking die in the next like 2 minutes, that sort of thing. It's like, damn, you're just you don't give a shit about
your investigative investigative prowess can tell you that this is like somebody in their mid to late 20s who was maybe a farmer, like, but they've probably never properly had or been in a fight in their lives until this moment right here. And you can kind of see the fear in their eyes as they sort of rifle through this very worn haversack looking for any kind of semblance of maybe food or just some comfort, but you can see the sadness in his eyes as when he goes looking for something, it's just turned up with nothing. You see the desperation. You watch him have a breakdown. You watch that breakdown evolve into a panic attack. Meanwhile, these people are just watching in real time, laughing at how big of a pussy he is, or how they like, see, I told you he's not going to make it to round 4. You're fucking crazy. I'll go ahead and take that bet against that guy. And meanwhile, this is an actual human being who is suffering. For those of you who feel like your character might feel morally conflicted by this, go ahead and roll me a wisdom savings throw.
Oh,
14.
7.
Hold on.
Oh, of course.
Oh, nat 20. Jesus.
Shit.
Rail's like, yeah, I love this shit. Let's go.
Oh my god.
No, I don't love it.
That 20, baby. Man, I gotta tell you, I think he's dying in half that time.
Rail's already been at the tables for the last 2-3 minutes while I'm considering all this getting fed.
I would think of it more like, so in my mind, I don't know if you guys have ever watched a video of somebody like clean their fish kill, so like gut and descale something.
Yeah.
Some people can watch that and be like, oh, this is educational. Some people look at that stuff and it makes them want to gag. You guys, so those of you who rolled under a 10 are definitely kind of feeling kind of nauseous at what you're feeling uncomfortable. It's like if you've ever had something with like sexy times on it when there's like a parent in the room and you're like, this is just fucking awkward. Like, I'm not saying that you're necessarily like
you and your mom are watching Game of Thrones.
Right, like,
God.
there you go. We're not saying that it's necessarily like so awful that you want to puke, but it's making you uncomfortable and you can't quite put your finger on it. I'll let you decide for yourself what your character's motivation might be, why they feel creepy about this, but this feels unsettled to Arkmon and to Call.
Uru probably would have felt that like the first time, but I
also need Jackie to roll.
He's seen it now.
I thought you mentioned it would be a roll if it conflicted with my morals.
That's fair.
Jackie's just like, this is what they do here. All right.
That's fair. It makes sense for Jackie.
Rail sees this and is just determined now to fix this problem. I was indifferent about it before. I kind of just wanted to get the fuck out of here. But now that I actually see someone suffering, I'm like, all right, that fucking does it. And I'm rolling up my sleeves like, who do I gotta fight? Who do I gotta talk to?
Yes.
I suppose it could be even the turn on the incredible other side of the spectrum. I'm so fucking horrified by how everything's going down. Like, if we could stop this from being a thing in this town, it'd probably be a better thing in general if people were not fucking just so carelessly
Speaking of,
willing to throw
Archmon,
life. Yes.
I'm gonna say very, very quietly, like lean in close, whisper in your ear kind of thing. Do you have any kind of scrying capabilities? Like, do you know if you can locate this guy just by looking at him?
We're talking about
In meta terms, do you have like a locate person spell?
Not currently.
You're talking about to scry on Tobias?
Yeah.
That's
Got
the first thing I was wondering. Let's see. I would have if I was. I think it's tied to I really need to be able to see the thing. Like whatever I'm trying to locate, because I have a locate object.
Oh, object. I don't know if that
second
counts
level
for
divination. Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. If they have a specific kind of object they might be wearing, as like a piece of jewelry or clothing that
maybe
they
the
wear.
haversack?
Yeah. That'd be something.
Will the DM allow it?
I will allow you to try to do that, and I am very curious to see what happens after that is officially declared.
No, I don't have it. Like I don't have it prepared right now. It would be something I would have to take a long rest to be able to actually use.
For
it,
sure.
It's not currently my set.
Call will lean over and motion for is it the I guess is this a barkeeper or a waiter or a
It's like a
server
barkeep
type of-
MC kind of
Okay.
situation.
Okay. He would motion for their attention and ask, how did this man get in the games?
Oh, Tobias?
Yes.
Oh, well, we don't always discuss the reasons why it sort of upsets some people sometimes. But let's just say he had it coming.
Huh.
He had it coming.
Hmm.
He had it
He
coming.
had it coming.
He doesn't look like he had this
himself
coming.
To blame. If you'd have been there. If you'd
If
have seen it.
I
Because
mean,
if you want to learn more about it, I'm happy. Like she points to a billboard that's sort of got what looks like a poster for who's currently participating in the games.
Okay.
Really?
We go check out the
Okay.
names.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guru
So
just
on the
goes,
board you
Oh.
can see who is participated, how far they got, or rather until how long it took for them before they eventually reached their demise. But there are a few names that are listed as people who made it to the end. What they declared, which is always gold. It does not give you the amount of which the gold was. It literally just says gold, like loot, booty, like
Stacks.
not that kind of booty.
Stacks on stacks.
Stacks on stacks.
Tobias is currently being forced to participate in the games for crimes against children.
I don't take that too seriously. That could be anything from attacking a child to asking his son to clean the dishes.
I'm not going to elaborate beyond it but like messed with kids in a way that did not suit the community as a whole. So now he is being forced to participate in the games.
Brutal. So I
Okay,
take
maybe
it
he had it coming.
if they're
He
forced to
only had
participate,
himself to blame.
does that mean that they're like held up in like a jail cell somewhere,
They're. What do you mean?
or are they already dead?
They're the ones who are currently participating in the games.
Currently,
Tobias.
okay. So yeah, but being forced into the games though, I take it they have you in like in a holding cell area and then throw you in there, kind of a thing.
That's a good question. The barkeep for the Sterling Hoop, whose name is Phoebe, is happy to answer those questions and is like, "Yep, there is a large prison infrastructure that is located below the city, where those who are waiting to participate in the games are held."
Whether it be because they want to or because they have to. Okay.
Are there any plants in this establishment?
Yes, there are. There are large vases filled with these beautiful ultraviolet flowers that seem to have a bioluminescent glow to them.
That I'm sure certain somebody would love to talk to.
Boy, I sure would love to talk to some plants.
Boy, howdy.
Boy, howdy. I'm gonna just kind of like mosey on over to the plants that I see that are kind of glowing. Just sort of, with my hood up, trying not to bump into anybody, kind of keeping a low profile. And I'm gonna cozy up next to these plants and just sort of start leaning in close, talking quietly, hopefully not drawing attention to myself, asking, "Hey, how's it going? I imagine you probably see the games pretty regularly, huh?"
Always had a hard time determining how smart I wanted to make my plants to be. So we're going to go with like a low intelligence, generally speaking, especially given that they're flowers and they don't have a particularly long lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not being communicated with on a regular basis, it might be difficult for them to articulate beyond a certain threshold. That being said, they will respond in a way that identifies that they have been watching the games or that they are aware of the games. The games seem like a lot of fun. Everyone seems to like them a lot.
Do you happen to know where the games take place? Through the grapevine, so to speak.
Trying to figure out if they would take offense at the through the grapevine joke, but I don't. They're like, "What's a grape?"
Is there a mushroom I can talk to? Is there someone connected to the mycelium who might be nearby in the area?
Not in the tavern explicitly, no.
All right. So I'll ask the plants if they happen to know where the games take place.
They'll mention that they take place deep, deep, deep underground.
Underground, you say?
Where the darkness creeps.
Have you wait, hold on. Do you happen to know any plants from the deep underground? I'm trying to discern if there is a type of plant that I might recognize as being part of the Underdark. And I'm wondering if they would know if there were if they would this plant personally, do they know any plants from underground that I could talk to? Okay.
The flowers will respond in a sing-songy voice. "Shaggy parasols, stand in line all afternoon. What are they waiting for?
Shaggy parasols stand in line all afternoon. All right. Thank you for the information. And I'll damn it, I don't have shape water. I will do something that I hope will translate well. I would like to cast plant growth on these flowers as a thank you. And this is something that kind of happens over time. So they'll just kind of grow thicker and bigger and prettier over the next like couple of weeks.
That, I believe, because I also have plant growth. That's a constant that like to do that specific form of plant growth. It's a concentration thing where you have to do it for like 8 hours.
Mine is not
Oh, okay.
because well,
Then
it does say concentration. Hold on.
Am I misremembering plant growth?
Two possible uses for the spell, either immediate or long-term benefits. If you cast the spell using one action, choose a point within range. All normal plants in a 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown. A creature moving through the area must spend 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves. You can exclude one or more areas of any size. If you cast a spell over 8 hours, you enrich the land. All plants in a half-mile radius centered on a point within range become enriched for 1 year. The plants yield twice the normal amount of food when harvested. So I can do it either as an instantaneous action or as a long-term concentration. In this case, I'll do it as an instantaneous thing, so they just kind of like sprout up and buff up a little bit.
They get bushier.
Yeah, as a thank you.
The petals are nice and thick. They're just like, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, don't mention it.
Because if you do, I won't be able to understand later.
Candy Mountain.
Can you repeat that sing-songy phrase? Sorry, I want to write that down.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Where did it go? Oh, shaggy parasols stand in line all afternoon. What are they waiting for?
Jump in the line.
Thank you.
Rock your body on time.
Work, work, work your body, shake your body, right?
You get the sense based off of their tone. Sorry, there was a weird protrusion in the paint that kind of looked like a spider that was like stealthed. And it kind of gave me a brief moment of like, are you spider shaped? And then it wasn't. I was like, what's going on here?
Looter going to attack.
I say, while Ray is making friends with the plant people, the games are picking back up, or are gaining steam again, and you can see that Tobias is fighting off what looks like a large greenish ooze that just sort of seems to be slowly making his way towards Tobias with in an unrelenting fashion. Tobias is not very well equipped to defeat this particular creature, but it looks like he is trying his best. Nobody seems to be cheering for Tobias specifically. It's more about seeing how long he can last. There is a menu of items available, most of which just being like humble beers, meats on sticks. Tyke will nervously walk up to the bar and grab themselves a pint and a pitcher. Pint in their tiny little hands is fucking massive, and they'll go and they'll sit down at a table at a vacant space not too far away from one of the screens that's depicting the macabre show in front of you.
I'll join her.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yeah, Call will go with the group.
I shockingly don't have an appetite, but
Shockingly.
Well, this all around is a pretty sick display.
Yeah,
People
there's weird stuff.
repeatedly. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're into some weird stuff here.
Well, I mean, this isn't honestly. I'm being honest with it. This is be more what I expected, and I mean, I guess all crimes. Actually, when we were up there taking a look, there were other names listed, right, of other people, as far
Yep.
as like, what were some examples, perhaps, of like some of the other like crimes?
Are you looking
that
for
people were?
people who other crimes that were committed? Some
Yeah.
of them are just like drunken, disorderly, destruction of property, trafficking without a permit, lots of assaults.
They really will take any excuse to throw someone in there, huh?
Surely, anybody and everybody.
worse off, I bet you half those people didn't do anything.
I mean, drunk and disorderly. I mean, shit. That couple pictures of this, I'm sure I could be. No.
You need to understand. They'll come up with an excuse if they have to.
Precisely.
These people have had no just trial. Nothing fair about this. No evidence brought before them. They can say that they found you guilty of something and just do it.
We have a bar full of individuals who, like I said, some of them are taking bets, some of them are just sort of watching for enjoyment. Doesn't seem to be like the best word for it, but they can't help but watch, kind of like a train wreck. There is Phoebe, who is the Justicar of games, who is just sort of emceeing the situation as they're watching Tobias fight for his life against a large green slime currently.
Paul came here for one reason, that's to observe the games, so he's going to just try to glean what information he can from what they'll show and from how Tobias fails eventually.
Gotcha. All right, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
I'll probably do the same, just to see what I can glean.
As you're trying to kind of.
Oh, come on, man. It was on 19. Boo.
I didn't do that much better with an 11.
I'm gonna say you're kind
No,
of
you did a lot better.
disgusted by like the display that's before you, and it's really hard for you to make any sense of what's happening as he's sort of just flailing and fending for his life. For those of you who got a 15 or higher, some of the things that you do notice while he is fighting is that it seems like there are treasure chests that are sprinkled through the chambers that he's running through. Sometimes they have things in them, sometimes they don't have things in them. Sometimes he'll open one and it'll look like there's a dagger, and he'll choose to discard it, but perhaps it's just because he doesn't choose to fight with daggers, or a dagger isn't particularly helpful right here. Sometimes it's like a discarded moldy sandwich. Other times it looks like potentially more lost or ill-gotten gains from other adventurers who've attempted the games and failed in recent times.
I'll kind of lean over to Jackie as I maybe notice that he's maybe catching the eye too, and as a couple sneaky rogues that have been at it together. I mean, it looks like we might be fending for ourselves in there. I mean, what he got right now isn't gonna get him through that goddamn slime, not by any means, but looks like we're smart about it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past anything if it was, one of those goddamn mimics. Could be even as simple as that goddamn sandwich. I mean, shit, we almost got ate by a cake, right?
You're not
Yeah, it's
wrong.
looking pretty brutal down there. We're gonna need all kinds of tools. I wonder what they'll let us take.
Nothing. You go down there with yourself.
Just our
Yeah,
abilities, then, I suppose.
Tyke will nod in agreement. Is that generally speaking, you're sent down there with nothing, and as you make your way up, you find things. So the more you explore, the higher it is that you'll find your things.
Every
They do put
possession-
your stuff down there with you. It's just usually not on floor 1, unless of course there's a secret room that happens to have some of your higher level magic items that are appraised. And Tyke starts to kind of describe it with the same kind of like, I don't want to say passion, but like somebody who understands the sport.
Yes.
Me after 8 hours of reading about what's going to happen in the Big 12 this year.
Yes. Like all of a sudden you're like, well, logistically speaking, if you were to try taking this route, and this route.
I could give a shit about Wisconsin, but let me tell you about Dexter Moody and why he's going to have a great season this year, okay?
You heard about the DH rule that used to be in the National League and American League.
Fascinating, really.
Yes. So, I guess, like, it's definitely becoming, okay. So, there's that. How about, you see folks using magic through these games?
If they can find magical items, they're allowed to use them. Oh, you mean like casters?
Yeah. I mean, just people that are naturally able to do so.
Generally, you don't see a whole lot of casters down here participating in the games. Not entirely sure why. It could be because they don't have their spell book or they don't have their focus. I haven't seen a sorcerer participate before. That's not to say that it hasn't happened. They don't prevent you from casting magic if you have the ability to do so, but they also don't give you your
Let's
focuses for
go.
casting.
I don't-
So if you're reliant on those kinds of things, like your cleric friend needs his holy symbol, or a wizard might need a spell book.
Warlocks
Okay.
are fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna creep over to my friends and kind of like gather everyone around and say, hey guys, I got some like really good intel from those plants over there on the wall.
I
They
noticed you were
said,
talking to the plants again.
yeah, and they have valuable information, man.
Okay, let's hear it.
So listen up.
Fools. They can shrink in size. It's
Yeah,
just
man,
their
and they got
mood.
fucking intel.
Fuck.
They said that the games are held deep underground, like way, way underground. But when I asked about like how far underground, they said something that was kind of cryptic, and I think they were trying to tell me something that maybe they couldn't articulate. And it was shaggy parasols, stand in line all afternoon. What are they waiting for? Does that ring any bells for anyone here?
Doesn't sound like anything to me.
Tyke, have you heard anything like this before? A book, maybe? A song?
Tyke will shake her head. Unfortunately, she hasn't heard of anything like that before. But I like the idea that you had about the song. Do you know any other musicians?
Jackie,
Yeah.
have you ever heard a song like that before?
Have I?
No.
No, I have not.
Damn. I don't think I know any other musicians.
Wow.
Shaggy parasol.
We perhaps know one more, but I think he's not coming out of hiding for a little bit of time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we know where he is. Where we
Darkness
can find
is
him if we
pretty
need
good
him.
he's pretty good at the poetic stuff. Maybe he can make heads or tails of it.
Arkmon's dad.
That true.
Arkmon, your dad.
I mean, I never thought of him as a musician. He just fucked around that piano all the time, but I suppose he was rather good at it. And now they
It is
hire
a
him on as
song. You
goddamn
would know.
DJ.
I can't decipher any kind of mnemonic out of it or anything like that. It doesn't seem to be a.
So a little meta kind of like inside Arkmon's head. Arkmon is like, with all the newfound information, he has an incredible amount of respect for his mother right now. And not that he thinks his dad is like a complete fucking slacker or anything like that, but he was definitely like the incredibly more laid back. Like, he's kind of wondering what the fuck his dad was doing all this time, and now he's just kind of a DJ out there while his mom is like hidden. And he's told that she's fine, and kind of given evidence of that by how recent Tyke spoke to her, but at the same time, he's just like, yeah, I guess he's more. Let's just give him more credit. I suppose he's a little bit more capable than I maybe gave him thought of first.
It would be a good idea to maybe set up a meeting with him anyways. Maybe we can get some intel on where your mom is and what's going on here.
I don't know if it's wise to set up a meeting or anything like that. We don't want to.
Well,
there are too many drinks, but.
I mean, I got my ways. I could more or less. I mean, it's getting a little later toward the night, anyways. I mean,
Arkmon's a master of disguise over here.
Well, just knowing where he's working right now, I mean, they're not going to be closing down for the next few hours, anyways.
I was gonna say, sometimes the easiest way is the right one. You don't need to do anything crazy. He works at a club.
Yes.
Or a group of people. Let's go to the club.
We will, or perhaps we could, you could, I don't want to say enjoy, but at least have a drink. It seems even when we were at the restaurants, we were having to deal with one thing or another. So let's try to gain as much information and enjoy an ale here. Cheers.
I will pass.
Raise a glass to anybody who will be willing. You
Take
drinking
a
water over there?
I could use a drink.
Ray's drinking all of a sudden.
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like this is the first time Ray's had a drink. Or Rail's had a
No,
drink.
no, she's drank before.
Definitely.
Very
Wow.
very light, but.
So I feel like you and Uru are usually the two who don't drink.
You have to do a wisdom saving check if you drink too much.
I will say that I do drink every time, but my constitution is so low that I get pretty plastered like
Yes.
right off the bat, so I don't
Like in
drink
real
for
life.
very long. Yeah, exactly.
Ray's like 2 glasses of wine deep. I love it. It's great.
Call will abstain. He's got a little bit of a morose look on his face, and he just he's not in a very drinking mood.
That's understandable. Actually, while we're on the subject of you, can you roll me a perception check with advantage this
Yeah.
time? Because I feel like you would notice this.
Oh, there's
We'll
a dragonborn in here who looks an awful lot like the one you've been looking for.
Yeah, I noticed.
Stop reading my fucking notes, Greg.
Me and Mana got that storyteller bond.
Yep. So yes, as a matter of fact, spoilers, McGee. You do notice that there is a dragonborn in this hall who you recognize. However, it's not Nadar. This dragonborn has white scales. She seems to be wearing traveler's garb.
Eee.
It from Osceolos. It was what's her name?
We battled against her in that one like festival games thing.
That is correct.
What was her name? God damn it! It's in
I'm
my
not
notes.
helping
Hold on. It's in my notes. Hold on.
But I rolled a nat 20.
You recognize them. No, sorry, you rolled a nat 20. I take that back. With a nat 20, you recognize that as being 1 second. I got it. I'm doing a dumb project. I should not be doing this. I should be focusing. Yeah. Where? I can't control F right now.
Terex,
Yes.
Eric's.
banished from Wrath by the leader of Clan Noxir. And she was the one who told you could find Nadar in the ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Is it okay that I
Yes,
that I
no,
gave?
that's fine.
Okay.
I can't currently search on my computer right now because I'm doing a dumb thing that I shouldn't be doing when I should otherwise be trying to look stuff up, but I'm too deep now. I started cleaning my keyboard keys because I spilled something on my keyboard, and upon realizing how
no.
filthy it
No.
was, I was like, oh, we're gonna fix this. Because my neurodivergent brain is like, I can't let this, I can't put these keys back knowing that this looks like this. It'll
That's
just
fair.
always give me the ick.
Does she notice that we're there?
No, she doesn't seem to notice you.
Has she just walked in, or does it look like she's been there for a while?
Looks like she's been there for a while. Kind of quietly sitting by herself, watching people participate. Doesn't seem to be engaging in any of the activity. Just seems to be quietly observing. You do notice that they have a small book.
Are they doing anything with it?
It looks like they're taking down notes in Draconic. You would need to get a little bit closer to them to see what it was they're writing, though.
Interesting. Call will get up and make his way toward Terex.
Buddy system, I'm going with him.
Tantric was her name.
That's right.
I'm sorry, what?
Nope, it was
Tantric.
Terex. I'm sorry.
Eric's.
You had it.
Tantris was the
It's the caster, right?
it was the
Mhm.
cult guy.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Terex.
So Uru and Call are making their way closer towards Terex to investigate further. Are you trying to
Call.
do so without being noticed?
Not necessarily. If she were to look up and notice, Call would stop and basically like raise a hand in greeting. But if she doesn't notice, he would basically just take the seat next to her.
Okay. Roll me a
on the way
perception
over.
check as you approach.
All right. Call will lean into. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
Call will lean into Urugaru and just say, "Follow my lead. Do not follow my lead."
Yes, sir.
Urugar, go ahead and also roll me a perception check because you were also walking up towards.
Paul is just
Ooh.
fixated on the Dragonborn.
Listen, people are not my strong suit. Things are my strong suit.
That is fair. So you walk up and you notice that there is conveniently a spare bar stool that is near them where you're able to kind of sit next to, but not like adjacently at the same table as them. So if you wanted to just continue to observe, that is an option. But it is close enough to them that they could notice you.
So it's not next to them, but it's adjacent to them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. Call will take that seat and wait for her to notice him. At which point he will.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check really quick.
All right.
This call's sort of evaluating the opportune time to speak. You kind of get this.
14.
Have you ever seen somebody in a public space who looks like they're almost trying too hard to be into whatever they're into at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of getting that.
Got it.
Like you almost get the sense that they're trying extra hard not to look at you.
Well, Call will basically just speak while looking forward, and basically look like he's not looking at her.
Can you confirm if you're doing anything in addition to the speech? Like, are we speaking in a different language?
Yes, going to be speaking in Draconic.
Okay.
Hello again, cousin.
Cousin.
Thank
That
you
was
for
in affirmation, not question mark.
Forgive me. I suppose I have been missing home.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, you brought me here. You gave me the information that put me on this path, so I thought I would offer you some thanks.
Noble. I'll continue to jot down in their notebook.
Are you here
Have
for
you
the
found
same
what you-
reason I am? Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you here for the same reason I am?
They'll continue to scratch down on their notebook. They're like, possibly. What's your reason?
The same as when we met. I'm sorry to say I've only just arrived in town.
Your clan has always been slow moving. But there's some honor in that. Biding your time.
We'd gotten better at it. Prince Lightclaw was doing his best to drag the whole council forward a little bit.
Prince Lightclaw meant well.
Yes, he did.
It's unfortunate it didn't have the desired effect.
There's a lot of that going around these days.
So what's
Have
your
you
plan,
learned
cousin?
anything? Right now, I'm still gathering information, learning the lay of the land. But I have an idea, and if it pans out the way I'm hoping it will, my quarry will come to me. I don't suppose you have any information that could help me.
I might. They'll continue to scribble in their book. I haven't figured out if I can trust you yet.
That's fair. When we last spoke, we didn't part on the best of terms.
No, we did not.
I spoke harshly, and I apologize.
Wow.
A small smile will kind of cross their face. I appreciate there's great honor in recognizing strength when it's made apparent. What is the goal?
Find Nadar, end him.
Do you have a team?
I do.
Can you trust them?
I can.
The same way we trusted your captain?
Well, nobody's perfect.
Are they?
No, but neither am I.
So why do we trust them?
Because they haven't let me down. And because I owe them a lot. And because I don't have anybody else.
Have you spoken with your parents?
No, not since I left I don't
You
even
made
know where
no
they are.
attempt to contact your parents? I imagine they're
An
quite
honorless
worried.
An honorless outcast has no means to contact Roth.
If you could
And
contact
now,
your parents, what would you say?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there. And if you can wait a little longer, I will be coming home soon.
So close their book. You'll hear there's a chorus of raucous laughter and groans as poor Tobias meets an unfortunate end, as an undead entity shivs him through with a large rusty trident and just starts
Poor
viciously stabbing him in the throat and face.
Uru,
The
if you
screen
notice- Uru, if you notices this, will kind of wince a little, just like
It
a
is-
little.
Ugh.
it is very bloody, and the screen does not make any attempts to hide how savage it is. If anything, these are what we would refer to as the money shot.
The slime was a distraction. Poor situational awareness.
Of course, he has
I could
poor
go for some more
situational
meat.
awareness. He's a farmer, not a fighter.
I heard he had it coming.
Perhaps, but not many of them do.
Have you watched many of these games, Mr.? I'm sorry,
Urugaru.
what was your name?
Urugaru.
Mr. Uragaru. Have you watched many of these games?
Unfortunately, they don't appeal to me.
I understand. It's not for somebody with a delicate disposition. I have watched many of these. And I can say with some certainty, with great certainty, a lot of them very much had it coming.
So you believe all crime is punishable by death?
I believe a lot of the crimes that they're accused of are punishable by death.
You believe that all crimes are punishable without just trial, without fair cause, without reasonable search for evidence for truth?
I think
Fair
the average
Urugaru.
court is corrupt, and that a lot of what you would call justice, I would call theater.
If he
Whether
were
I-
convicted of that, if he were convicted of what he's convicted of in Roth, he wouldn't have been given the opportunity to fight for his life.
Whether I agree with what you say or not, it doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for something better than this barbarism.
I feel like what you call barbarism, they call Tuesday.
Do you expect me to apologize for my sympathy for the lives of the people who are lost?
Not at all. I think it would be weird to apologize for the lives of murderers and rapists. They hurt people, now they can't anymore.
So you've never hurt anyone?
Oh, I've hurt plenty of people.
Then perhaps your life should be forfeit the same way.
Perhaps,
Damn.
if I killed the wrong people. Have you killed anybody?
I have.
Would you say those were good people or bad people?
I don't think that's relevant.
Dead people.
Interesting how it's not relevant when it's all of a sudden your body count.
No, I don't think it's relevant when it's anybody's body count. All life is sacred. To take any life should be taken with great reverence. Death is a natural part of life, but that doesn't mean it should be taken lightly. It is an important part of the cycle. And I think whether somebody deserves to die or they don't, their life should still be handled with care. It should be treated with some dignity of respect as a life.
Must be nice to feel that way.
I'm sorry, I interrupted your conversation.
My companion has a very stark morality.
I can tell. But you know, it's good to have conviction. If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything.
Terex, you spoke of my parents a moment ago. Have you been able to reach home?
Yes.
Do you have any news of Clan Dendarian?
No. But I can put you in contact with somebody who can get you news.
Please.
What kind of sigh? They'll scribble on a piece of paper in a draconic shorthand, which is very hard to decipher from anybody who is not from the city of Wrath. The location of where you can meet a point of contact for Wrath. They'll tear out the piece of paper from their notebook and they'll hand it to you.
Thank you.
Be safe out there, cousin. There's eyes everywhere.
You as well. I hope that we can. Sorry. I hope that we can work together.
What would we work together on? Do you have a goal
Getting home.
in mind?
Right
Home.
now,
Our home is long gone, cousin.
as it is, maybe. But when we're ready, we will go back to Roth, and I will tear this cancer from my home. My failure let Lightclaw die. My absence let Clan Noxir move in, take over. Setting that right seems like the least I can do.
They'll kind of
And after
smirk at that line of "my absence is what caused the fall of which you claim." And they'll say something to the effect of, "You must think very highly of yourself to assume that you were the cause for what happened back home."
maybe not the cause, but I could have helped. I could have done something, anything. Even if it was to get the rest of the clan out of the city before. I refuse to believe that Clan Dendarian is gone.
You know, with enough money, you could cut out that cancer. If you won the games, you might be able to make that dream of yours a reality. But whether or not you have it in you is a completely different conversation altogether, I suppose.
And I was just thinking that jumping into the games would be the best way to draw Nadar right to me.
You wouldn't be wrong. The only thing Nadar hates more is a quarry left alive. It sticks in his maw like some sort of infectious parasite. I'll give you credit. There's probably some amount of him that is quite pained and very much vexed by the fact that you still exist.
He's tried more than once to send warriors after me to bring me down.
And you've bested
But
him on all
now-
those occasions?
As
She'll
I
kind of say
believe
with like a
so, yes.
lighthearted question, like, "Wait, you've actually fought him and come out the other side?"
Not Nadar, no. But he sent fighters, Noxir, Avishai.
Well, if he's sending Abishai after you, he must mean business.
I fear he is working to bring back Tiamat.
Doesn't seem to be the goal of most dragons of his ilk. It would be quite bothersome if he were to bring her back.
Bothersome. I suppose that's one way to put it.
How would you put it, cousin?
I think you put it well.
Thank you.
The games, then.
Oh, one more time?
I said the games, then.
The games, then. They'll kind of tap their long white claw on the book that they were scribbling in. I've learned
What
a
is
great
that?
deal.
Huh.
I've learned a great
Oh.
deal. Not
About the
perfect
games.
information, mind you, but yes, about the games. I know that they seem random in nature. It's never the same maze twice. It is, however, the same roster of potential creatures. So while there doesn't seem to be much of a pattern or a logic to what room contains which fate, it does seem consistent that there are only several beasts. But we shouldn't talk too much more about this here. Do you have a safe place that you can visit for the eve? I trust you've
Yes.
arranged appropriate lodging. You won't get yourself killed in the middle of the night by popping off to some unsuspecting member of this unfortunate guards. What do they call themselves? The creep?
Shadow.
The shadow.
Right. What a dumb fucking name.
Agreed. I've come close, but it's thankfully I've been able to manage. But yes, we do have somewhere safe we can go. Let me gather my companions. We can set off.
They'll kind of just
And
nod
Paul will-
affirmingly, and they'll go back to. They'll take a couple coin pieces out of their purses, not to overspend and flaunt their wealth, but to saddle up for their tab for the eve.
And yeah, Call will lead Terex and Urugaru back to the group, make introductions.
So getting back
And
to the
indicate-
group, Tyke is almost like hyper fixated, explaining. Okay, so this is, and they'll go into great detail for the particular for the last version of the slime that they defeated. We like to call him Freddy or the Queen. Freddy is very hard to get past. Freddy is this large, bulbous. I think they're a green ooze. Massive acid damage whenever you touch a bad news bears. You definitely want to fight those from a distance. And then you see, and it like Tyke takes these what look like trading cards, like they're just sort of like thick pieces of parchment, but it looks like she's been like I've been checking to see, and I know like
Oh, she's
please
hella
please
obsessed.
don't. She's like, I know that this is fucked up. It's just there's not a lot to do out here. You can't beat him, join him. I need a hobby.
I mean, I will say it's a lot, but this is actually really good. Keep going, keep going. He's
What if I'm
like
seeing,
he's like really like trying to pay attention to the stuff that he's talking about, because it's, hey, someone that watched it firsthand, you might have the knowledge.
So
of it, again.
so the bigger part of the game that she has is she has a series of, we'll call them collectible trading cards for people who participate in the game, and it's mostly like people who did really well or people who like beat the games. The people who beat the games are all like these super shiny kind of iridescent pieces of thick parchment, whereas people who like didn't last very long are considered commons, and like they're not really super cool to have in your collection. And then there's the monster cards, of course, and then like the cool, and so it's basically like having a mini trading card game. People trade them with each other all the time. They don't have a whole lot of value, like obviously, but like to the right person they have a bunch of value. And she'll give you a couple of extras. She'll hand you a card for let's
You're
see
so
here.
funny.
Shut up. Joffrey Duststone, who was an 80-year-old bandit.
Yes.
He's a rare, not a super rare, mind you. Like, he made it really, really far in the games. He was this old human dude, and no one expected him to, like, make it that far, but, like, got surprisingly close. So, like, while he didn't do super well in the games, he was a fan favorite because he was just, like, this crazy old dude. Apparently he was some sort of bandit. I don't know. But, so there's that card, and then, let's see here. We also have, here's Metal Breaker. This was a female hill dwarf. She was super cool. Her aesthetic's really awesome, at least. She actually also made it pretty close to the end, but then she was backstabbed by somebody who was in her party. I don't remember what his name was, but like last minute, 0 hour, they're about to head on into like one of the final rooms, and he fucking stabs her in the neck. Can you fucking believe that shit? It's fucking crazy. Anyway, that piece of shit ended up dying almost immediately after because Middlebreaker was the one who was kind of carrying the team, and it was really unfortunate.
Oh wow.
That was a lot.
I mean, Bellbreaker. I mean, made it pretty goddamn far. How they do it?
Is it gonna sound lame if I say teamwork?
Makes the dream work. I mean,
She'll kind of blush when you respond with that, like almost as though to say that, like, hey, yeah, it absolutely, like, sure. It's not that weird.
I mean, look at the folks that I got around me. I got this group of, and I look around and I see like the bugs flying around Uru and fucking Ray, who's just like kind of getting more manic and crazy by the minute, and I mean Jackie's Jackie. And
Yeah. I'm trying to do my best to enjoy some food here.
I mean,
yeah.
look at me right now. What? If not teamwork makes the dream work, are we not here at this very moment?
When you ask about people who have won the games before, there is a name that stands out. Second, and let me get that. So I finally put my keyboard back together. We're good. I can type now.
Did you say they were a hill orc?
A hill
Elf?
dwarf.
Dwarf.
Middlebreaker was a hill dwarf. Then we have an Isabel Fenwick.
His.
Now, Isabel got into the games when she was super, super young. Like, came from nothing. We don't know much about her backstory, but she managed to win the games. She didn't choose Witch, because nobody ever chooses Wish. Like, in the history of the games, or at least as far as, like, recorded history, no one's ever chosen Wish.
Sorry,
So
what was her name?
Isabel Fenwick.
Thank you.
She later took her winnings and moved to Ravnica and got married to, what was his name? Something Tess.
Oh, is it Von Tess?
Oh no.
That's the fucking one. Yeah.
Oh
She
no.
took her
no.
wealth and she moved in with this fucking rich guy from Ravnica and ended up having a whole bunch of kids.
Oh boy, did she.
Real.
Oh boy.
Rumor has it that one of the kids died at a very early age, and so a lot of people thought that maybe she'd use her wealth to try and use a spell to summon that kid back from the dead, but that's kind of just a weird rumor about that family. I hear they do makeup now.
I don't
Uh,
think it's a rumor.
the Soonites talk a lot about them.
Really? What do they say?
That they're great and wonderful people, and without the light and generosity of the Vontes family, they would still be doing survival sex work and living destitute lives as dredges of society. That the Temple of Soon lifted them up from their broken dreams and gave them purpose and beauty in this world. Y'all seem nervous. Did I say something wrong?
No, just listening. Sorry, just watching. Yeah, sorry, watching the screen. Arkmar will just kind of trail off. Yeah, no, just wondering.
Okay.
Was catching up in the meme chat.
Oh, what else? Oh my. Oh my.
Sure, you all can't wait to get back and talk to Darkness about this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We got plot development. So did you say one of their children died and came back?
That's the rumor. Is something about a pact with a demon bring their dead kid back from the dead. That's just those are just rumors and hearsay that tend to get snuffed out pretty quickly within the Soonite temple, though. People who are caught talking about it, Soonites especially caught talking about it, are generally disciplined.
That doesn't sound good.
It's not.
It's not.
No.
We would call it actively bad.
So, Call, who's your friend?
This is Terex. We actually met back in Stronghold. Do you remember her from Osceolos?
Oh, yeah. I remember kicking your ass in the festival games, and Braille kind of does a joking arm jab.
I
Kicking
picture
your
Rail
ass.
like holding out a high five hand to anybody who will take it.
Uru will take it.
Yeah! Jumps up like 2 feet to hit that.
If for no other reason that it's rude to leave somebody hanging like that. Oh,
Terex will
That's
just
like
sort of like
awkward.
snarl, and like this cold, icy, glittery plume will come from their maw, and they'll be like, "My teammates were inadequate. Your team was the superior team. I applaud you." And then we'll just, with the slowest slow clap, just
yeah. Sure. It's
Thank you,
always the
Terex. There is
teammates
great
of
honor
one.
in recognizing strength.
Some would say it's a moral deficit to not recognize one's own weakness, but hey.
Paul will just like quietly cuff Urugaru.
Don't know till you try.
this book full of secrets, maybe I should just, take it and go elsewhere.
No, that's fine. Come on, we're going. And Paul will just start gathering people up, and they'll settle their tab and start.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted my Game Facts walkthrough of the game. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go give this to somebody else who's maybe more interested in not sucking dick.
That's.
Bitch,
Y'all are
why
done.
do you have it?
Why do I have?
No,
what?
come on.
Are we going back to Babs'?
Yeah, I think so.
It's up to you
That
guys.
was my idea anyway.
That's the safest place for us right now.
I think we
Yeah.
polish off the beers we have.
Yes, I will absolutely be polishing off the beers and any food we may have procured.
Say, Jackie, any idea why the shadow people might be looking for you?
I've been trying to figure that out, and maybe it's because I pissed off the Abishai. That's the only thing I could think of, because we settled everything in the Feywild with the other, you know, like I was, wanted for trial or whatever, but that ended up being with Abishai at the end as well. So it's probably them, probably not good.
You know, there's something that's been nagging at the back of my brain that I just can't make heads or tails of. Do you remember Priestess Runelin? She said something about how you looked familiar. I don't know. Something about that just got me thinking. She's from Ash Tree. Do you know any elves from Ash Tree?
I've jumped from city to city. I don't think I've ever been to Ash Tree.
Is there any chance that your family might be from Ash Tree?
Well, I guess, I always thought I was a gnome, but turns out I'm not. So maybe.
What made you think you were a gnome?
I was raised by gnomes.
You know,
Yeah,
you never told us what happened to your family.
It was a bad fire, and fire caused a lot of the rodents in the area to rush through the poorer parts of town. And the place I was raised had a lot of brothers and sisters. Well, they are all either burned alive or eaten by these gigantic rodents of unusual size.
That is horrifying.
I thought
How
they
did
were
you
all
get-
gone too. It turns out Darkwing and his twin there, they somehow made it.
Did you say Darkwing?
And yeah.
Hold on. And Tyke will start like feverishly like thumbing through a stack of cards. She'll pick one out from the deck and go, "Is this him?" She'll show you a picture of what is very obviously Darkwing, kind of standing on top of a pile of loot.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know when they got all that loot though.
What? I mean,
We can make an assumption.
we take a look until we see the card. We're just like, that's. I saw the guy for 5 minutes like a month ago. And...
So this looks.
Wasn't
This
the
is
last time we
definitely
saw him,
This
he
is
was-
definitely like a
he was all-
younger pic. This is definitely a younger photo of Darkwing.
Okay.
I
What?
was gonna say, like,
If you read
wasn't
the
the
back
last
of
time
the
we saw
card,
Darkwing,
it mentions
was
that
all
he was
janked up?
originally a failing orphan bard who, upon losing all of his family and loved ones, decided to join the games in an effort to make something for himself as a failing musician. He won the games by stabbing one of his siblings in the neck and leaving them for dead in the games.
Oh, so I guess maybe it is just one that's left. Shit.
That's metal as fuck.
I mean,
I suppose when we saw Darkwing, we didn't see the other silly, but they mentioned they were alive at the time, so I don't know.
There's so much of me that wants to look to our friend here and go ahead, justify it. But I won't. I'll be the bigger person.
He volunteered. What do you want from me?
Is Darkwing a gnome?
Yes, Darkwing is a
Oh, okay.
No, he's a duck.
When there's trouble, you call
Gnomes and ducks
DW.
are interchangeable. You can't tell me otherwise.
Quick duck!
It's true. I regularly
It's
confuse ducks with gnomes.
dangerous.
And
So
I
yeah,
wonder-
I'm still like I'm taken aback a little bit by the fact that yeah, like this is very very likely that and like stabbed a sibling in the neck, that sort of thing, and it's like I don't know. He seems so, more or less friendly to when we interacted with him that short time for you, but
how long ago was this painting done on this card, Tyke?
And she's like, this is from 3 years ago.
That was some time ago. Well, we should definitely keep your head low in case
Yeah.
those shadow people come around again.
I mean, they can't find me. As I again move the glasses
Twirl
with
his
the
mustache.
yeah.
I'm the master of disguise.
I'm going to be a master of disguise.
I kind of just imagine it being
Yes,
like,
there-
Ray, when you had long hair, did you ever use it to like make a fake beard for yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm envisioning for Jackie right now. Is he's just taken his long ponytail and he's just like stretched it in the front to make it look like a beard.
I love it.
I mean, as long as you just look to it from one side, it's convincing.
No one's gonna be checking him, clocking him necessarily. At least you hope. Okay, so we've gotten a lot of information from the tavern here and from the Sterling Hoop, and so we want to go back to Babs' Baubles.
Yes, please.
I suppose so, for further conversating.
Perfect. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, I don't believe in there being too many plot hooks, because I like seeing which one you guys pick and then which ones you guys leave twisting in the wind to develop further. Can I get perception checks from everybody in the party on your way back to Babs' Baubles?
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be a 20. Yeah.
19.
19, okay.
18 as well.
19, alright.
18-1.
17.
17, respectable.
25.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
perceptive as hell tonight. That's my second
This
nat
makes
20
the
on a
most thematic
perception
sense
check.
possible, because as you are walking through the streets, and it is fairly late at this hour, we're getting kind of close to that witching hour, midnight kind of period. Call, you notice very clearly as a cart being pulled by a hand by shady robed figures sort of pops over what looks like a pothole in the ground. We're just gonna call it 12 a.m. You notice that the cart shifts almost violently, and an egg that looks like it belongs to a dragon kind of goes popping up from out of it and then suddenly back down, and the attendant quickly runs to the side to make sure that the cart is once again covered, looking around to make sure that nobody noticed. I need you, since you rolled the highest, to roll me a stealth check to make sure that you can avert your gaze. You are not doing this at
I cannot.
disadvantage, but you're not doing this at advantage.
Mm,
With a 5.
I have
Beautiful.
2 modes.
He is staring
20
daggers.
and 1.
You two makes fucking it is hard eye contact. It is decided. You are looking each other and you like the eyes
Cole
met,
just
locked,
stops
like
dead. Just in his tracks, stops and sees this.
the attendant will put a finger up to his lips as though to say shh. I don't know if that came through, but the shush 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 noise, and then he'll
Mhm.
take his thumb and drag it from ear to ear to signal murder, and then points his finger squarely at you and then the rest of your group. And then he'll pick up his cart and he'll continue walking.
Hey,
Terex,
Cole, what's wrong?
Terex, did you see what was in that cart?
Terex did not.
Dragon eggs. That cart was full of dragon eggs.
Are you positive?
Yes.
We should clearly go do something about this.
Let them get some distance. We need to follow them.
I worry that they'll lose us in the crowd. Are you not? Should we not send somebody up to scout ahead?
I got this. And I'll wild shape into a cat.
Fan-fucking-tastic. All right. Ray, I need you to roll me an acrobatics check to see if you're able to nimbly sort of prance your way through the streets while avoiding like the foot and hustle and bustle of the city while trying to catch up to this cart that's now kind of around the corner.
Oof.
All right.
That's a 10.
10's pretty respectable. At one point, you kind of stop to try and like jump up onto something, and there's a small individual that waddles up to you, go, Kitty! And it kind of distracts you for a brief second. You're like, who, me? And then I am mad. Go ahead and roll me a percentile.
Oh
We'll say
boy.
30 or lower. They try and pet you.
Only a 30? I'm petting
Oh,
you with like a 90.
94.
All right, with 94, like they walk up like, here, kitty, 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 and you're just instantly like, no, fuck you. You kind of like hiss and like barely pay them the time of day, and then bound off towards the cart. I'm gonna need perception checks from the group. I need us to get an average of 15 or higher. Ray, you're not included in this perception check because you are currently the cat.
20, dirty.
21.
Oh, 18.
7.
Oh, you rolling. We rolling.
Paul's having a hard time
It's
keeping track of Rail,
2 modes.
but because the rest of the party is able to kind of figure out what's going on and keep a weather eye out for Rail, they keep track of their presence and their footsteps as they begin making their way in the not the opposite direction, but they are not headed towards Babs's. Okay, Ray, I'm gonna need another acrobatics check from you as you continue to make your way through this wet, dank sort of city street where there's still people kind of moving about. It's not a super busy and bustling street road. It's actually fairly barren because it's so late at night. But the problem is that you're trying to avoid other people who might want to just kick you for fun.
Oh, I stepped in a puddle and suddenly my cat instincts kicked in and I have to like stop and lick my paw aggressively trying to get the puddle stench off.
So it's definitely going to make it harder for you to kind of keep an eye out for where they're going. I need a perception check or an investigation check from you, but at disadvantage.
$16.
Even at disadvantage, your cat-like instincts are like, okay, focus. All right, we're listening. Cart. We're listening for wheels. We're listening for that blep 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 noise that it makes as they're making your way through the streets. Okay, you're able to sort of quickly find it and skulk around. The cart is going for a distance, though. Do you feel like your characters would like to continue to pursue this?
Call is interested, yes.
It's reaching a point where it will become increasingly more difficult because it's becoming less populated, and it will become pretty apparent pretty quickly that have you ever been walking by yourself in what you've always perceived to be a remote area, and all of a sudden there's now somebody walking behind you when normally there's no one walking in your vicinity, and they can't seem to be like it's a little obvious.
I mean, Call wants to.
Um,
I'm just making sure that we have a clear understanding of what it looks like, because it's quickly reaching those outskirts of the city, of like the inner. I'm gonna actually change the music so it doesn't sound quite as ruckusy and loud, because it's actually much more like.
I mean, kind of seeing Call like pushing forward, perhaps. I'm a little reluctant. I look back to maybe Tyke to see her wariness about it, but my first instinct is follow Call.
They definitely don't seem what I would call keen on moving on continuing down, because like I mentioned before, it's starting to get much harder to like traverse without it being obvious that there's someone following you.
Can I whisper over to Tyke to perhaps head back to Babs and relay or let them know about the situation we're dealing with.
All right, so you're trying to you want to send Tyke back to Babs's?
I think, yeah, if like we're still in the city and she has the ability, to move through. I'm for the most part with that. I would trust her to be able to get back to Babs's, perhaps relay.
Okay.
Because I
She's
feel like
hesitant because she feels kind of like she already had to say goodbye to you once before for a really long period of time, but understands that she's now also in the thick of whatever fuckery you guys are currently dealing with.
Okay.
Herix will also call your battle plan into question call because, as I mentioned before, it's getting much more sparse and a lot harder to justify why you would be on the same path as this individual. What is your battle plan?
Spread out, stay stealthy as long as we can, and let them.
I'm letting you know that it's you were at the
there's
point
no
where
stealth.
there's not really a stealthing option with the exception of for Ray because Ray is literally a different an animal right now.
So we can.
Can we hang back and have Rail tail them in her cat form to their hideout?
If that's what Ray's comfortable with doing, but I will point out that if Ray gets caught by themselves, that could be rough.
Yeah, I don't think.
I said I got this.
Oh, it looks like the tape already kind of came off, babe.
Oh, is it really?
Mhm.
I'll
I see.
I'll
Wow,
look
okay.
back at the group and in my cat form, kind of like, I don't know. I can't communicate as a cat, but I'll look at Call, and then I'll continue following the people.
Before Rail stalks off, Call will just kind of kneel down and like scritch her. Just keep your distance. Stay on the rooftops if you can. Don't let them see you.
Ow.
All right.
I don't like this.
I don't
just
either,
wanna-
but if we follow them any closer, then it'll give us away.
Well,
I just want to find out where they're going, and that way I can like come back and tell you guys where they are.
Yep. Totally understand that.
The minute it looks like they might notice you, bolt.
So you begin your prowl and you begin your hunt as you're sort of following the path that this mysterious figure is sort of taking this cart to. You take extra care to hide behind stalactites. You take extra care to make yourself as much of a immovable shadow as possible. And this person doesn't seem to be super paranoid, though they are taking a couple of opportunities to sort of look around. So I'm going to roll a perception check for this individual, and I'm going to need you to roll a stealth. We're going to see who rolls higher. I'm going to roll in front of everybody so that you can see what I am rolling.
Do I roll my stealth proficiency, or do I roll the cat's stealth proficiency?
You can choose because of the cloak that you have. With the cloak you have, you can choose either your stats or the animal stats, whichever stat's higher.
Sweet, because the animal does have better stealth.
Okay, and you can go ahead and you can roll the animal's stealth if it is better for you. But that is one of the benefits to that hood is that you can choose to keep your own stats or you can choose to use the animal ones. Normally you would have to use the animal stats, but because of this cloak, you are able to pick and choose.
Cool. I got a 14.
Got a 5.
Sweet.
All right.
Why does it say darkness?
Because I'm rolling it on darkness's sheet.
Oh, okay.
All right. I see it as minimum rolled.
Yeah, I also see it as minimum.
I'm actually in the app.
Okay.
So I went into the that one.
Should
My
I roll
second-
again?
Yes. We are rolling off.
Oh shit. That's 11.
Okay. Third one. Pretty high.
Ooh, I got 17.
You got a 17. Okay. You don't think you've been noticed. There are a couple of moments where, if you imagine like that video game, kind of like the guard kind of stops in almost a scripted format and like looks from side to side, and then behind him, and then moves around the cart really quick to make sure everything's fine, and then continues on their way. So that basically happens 3 times. In the 3 rolls that you've subsequently rolled, you feel like you've been stealthy enough. I love that this is the gift that's popping up right now. It's fucking funny.
So stealth.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Always suspicious.
Always suspicious. You're walking for what feels like about a mile and a
Got a phone
half
call from work.
before eventually you come upon what looks like a very dilapidated kind of townhouse situation. There's like multiple doors that seem to all kind of lead into one particular infrastructure. There's like a side almost shed-like building that he pulls this cart into. Are you going to try to run into the shed?
No, I'm gonna stay kind of in the cover of darkness. I just want to get a lay of the land and see where exactly they are.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. Ooh, that's windy. Oh, you're making the bed. I felt like a gust behind me. I was like, ooh, what's that?
Bed torrent.
Yep. I need an investigation check from you. Okay. With a 12, you feel like you could probably pretty accurately describe how to get back to this location.
Okay. In that case, I will wait for a moment because I want to see if there are any other guards or shady looking folk hanging out around this shack. Can I do perception or investigation for that?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
21.
With a 21 perception, you do notice that there is a second cart that eventually comes in and follows the similar pathing to the one that you were following beforehand. Knocks on the door of this sort of shed-like structure a couple of times. You're not entirely sure if it's a pattern or not, because it sounds like it could almost be, or maybe he's just a weirdo who likes to do shave and a haircut when he knocks. But the first guy didn't knock like that. This guy, however, is doing that. After a little while,
Go ahead.
after a little while, the door cautiously opens. The cart enters. Doors close.
Does it look like there are any back way entrances, like
It's
back
kind of
door,
built
cellar?
into it's kind of built into what looks like the wall of a cliff.
Interesting. Okay.
Because while you were already currently inside of a tunnel, it looks like a lot of the building was built again. Like one of the walls was originally the lining of the cave, and so it's possible that it goes beyond and deeper down past the wall of the cave. Maybe they've built past that wall at this point. You're not entirely sure because there's a fairly anemic looking structure at the front of it. The windows are dilapidated with some mismatched sort of blinds to kind of help obscure anything that's currently in the window. Though you do notice a small potted plant on the other side of the glass that catches your eye.
Ooh, does this look like one of my plant friends from the club?
It does look like one of your plant friends from the club.
Good to know.
Same kind of purpley flowers. Looks like it's probably a common varietal.
All right. With that, I will head back to the group as quietly and stealthily as I can.
Roll me. I just need one good stealth check from you.
That'll be 15.
All right. The 15, you're feeling pretty confident that you're able to slink away without being detected.
Hooray!
But
Mission
you
possible.
kind of feel like there was a pair of eyes watching you at some point.
Dallas is on the phone with someone from work, by the way.
Word.
So I don't know. He probably didn't hear any of that.
That's fine. Do we want to wait till he gets back? Do we want to pause it here for the evening and pick up next week?
Let's maybe give him 1 minute because I definitely want to let Cole know what I saw, and then we can decide if we want to like go over there now or like go check it out later or something.
Word. There are another couple of pieces of information that I want to share, but I do want to wait for Call to be present before I mention them.
Okay.
We're chilling, right?
That's okay. I gotta update my
All right,
notes.
sorry about that. I had to step away and field a work thing. Were we successful? Did we find the building? Are we all good? Did Ray make it back?
Everybody
We
died.
are mostly we are good as far as we are aware. Ray feels pretty
Yay.
confident in his roles in cat form. However, did kind of feel like at some point on their way back, there were a pair of eyes that seemed to notice them. Nothing that they could see, and that they could put it to any particular form, but they kind of had that sense that, like, if you've ever done something that you know that you're probably not supposed to do, and you kind of feel like somebody's watching you, like Santa, I don't fucking know. But the other really important part about this is once the door opened for a second time, Ray, you very clearly heard what sounded like the cry of a baby dragon.
Ah, okay. I gotta update my notes. Sorry.
Ah!
That's so much info.
Ah! Baby dragon!
Cheesecake.
The
Run.
potential.
So I will
Trapped.
return to the group, and as long as the coast looks clear, I'll unwild shape. Can I do one more perception check if there are any shady looking
You sure
folks
can.
around? 22.
With the 22, you now know where those eyes were coming from.
Ooh.
And it seems to be hiding behind a stalagmite. That's just on the other edge of you. So as you make your way back up with the party, you kind of have this sense of don't look.
I am
But
going
I think
to
I'm being followed.
I'm going to beeline past the party as if I'm just a stray cat who's like trying to avoid getting stepped on,
Okay.
and just continue on down the path and pretend I don't know them.
Okay. The rest of the party, you see a black cat that you're 90% certain was Rail, but it's also a black cat, so there have been a fair number of those, sort of speckling through the city. In fact, there was probably a non-zero amount of time where somebody would walk up and go, "Rail, is that you?" And the cat would go, "Meow." Like, "Did you find anything, Rail?" Like, "Meow." It's like, "Are you Rail?" "Meow." "I don't think you're Rail." "Meow." "If you're Rail, give us a sign." "Meow." "I don't think this is Rail." "Meow."
After a few minutes of trying that, Call will just kind of like look at the others and be like, I think she was that first cat. We should probably go back and find her.
We saw 5 black cats. Are you sure about that?
It's a good stealth then, you know?
It has been
Everything was a
5
cat.
minutes
It's
that
a
we
cat.
saw 5 black cats.
It's
Why-
been longer than 5 minutes. Ray followed them for about a mile out, so you guys have been waiting for about a half hour.
Okay.
Oh, we must have gotten some
It's
grub
also
somewhere then.
underground. I didn't expect so many black cats to be underground.
They keep mice away.
As a matter of fact, it makes sense that like everybody would want a cat.
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. I first time being here, I suppose. I've learned Learned something.
You notice
every
that
minute.
there is a standing shortage of dogs, but no shortage of cats.
Hmm. Cats rule this world. But
At least in Moag.
Dogs are a better source of protein.
I wasn't gonna go there,
I mean,
but you're not wrong.
ow.
What's that
when
fucking
you were-
meme where it's like
when you were like, there is more cats than dogs, I was like, oh, I get what's going on here.
I mean,
fucked up, but he's not wrong.
Right away, I was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, dogs are a better source of protein. There's more meat on them. I see what's happening. That's the only reason she would explicitly say there's no dogs.
y'all better keep you close. I don't. Where's you actually? Where is you at?
So,
What?
so after milling about for a while, I think we'd probably backtrack and try to find cat rail.
I am sitting on top of a stack of crates in front of the bar that we came out of, because I'm assuming like we saw the cart pretty soon after we came out of that bar. So it was like on the way back.
Not too long after you came out of the bar, Call noticed the egg. Terex is very much like, should we be wasting such time looking for a cat?
When
I'm
that
just
cat is my
I'm
friend who
grooming
can get us
myself.
back into the, or who can get us in to that building. Yes.
Surely it would be wiser for us to go back to your central location or your secret lair. Do they not know to meet you there?
And if they were followed, we would lead them right. We would lead our whoever was following us right
Do
back
you think
to
that
us.
she's not capable enough to be undetected?
I
That must
believe
be very
in being
complicated.
cautious.
Evie.
Oh, you got a note? Okay. My son is going back to their father's for a few days during
Oh.
their summer vacation, and I am sad
Hmm.
about it. But so they can go spend time with their friends and junk. So
Ah,
makes sense.
As
Socialization,
you do.
It's important.
Brains.
developmental, brain power.
ah.
So just so that I am aware, you guys didn't go check where Rail came from.
Not yet.
You guys saw Rail head towards a location, back towards the Sterling Hoop, and followed that cat instead of going to see where they came from.
Yes.
Okay. Can I get perception checks from everybody but Rail? This is a very high DC.
Yeah.
17.
Not
It's-
bad.
I mean, if it's very high, that's not.
It is 20 or higher.
I figured it was something like that.
I got a 12.
12
How
is not
about
high enough.
another 25 on that
Nat
perception check?
20.
Damn.
I'm just so perceptive tonight. That's like my only good quality.
When I gotta give it to you, I gotta give it to you. Call. You can't help but notice, as your eagle eye is ever vigilant, trying to make sure you keep a weather eye on everything that's going on. Hold on.
Situational awareness.
Situational awareness. Situational awareness. Why don't I ever write this down? What is wrong with me? Perfect. I do have it written down. I'm not awful at this. I finally fucking fixed it. So, Call. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice a bronze flash of shiny metallic form kind of dart from one hiding spot to another. And in a blink of an eye, you kind of notice that that form has a very familiar shape. You notice that it does not have 4 legs. It has 3.
Oh shit!
Guys, wait. Call will kind of reach into his bag and like take a little bit of dried jerky ration from his pack and get down on one knee and hold it out to the shadows.
It's currently too busy for the shadows to want to come out.
Like on the street?
Still a little too bustly, still a few too many people.
But it's following us.
It is doing its best to hide and follow you.
Call, what the hell are you doing? I just noticed he's holding out a piece of
Yeah,
jerky.
we
I'm
all
like,
just, I imagine we all kind of noticed him get down on one knee and pull out a thing of jerky.
Just
No.
jerking it. Yep.
Terex
don't
is
see
like, what
that?
are you doing?
That is
Are you trying to find another cat? Is that not the cat we were supposed to be following? I am perplexed.
let him cook. Hold on, let him cook.
Call will kind of edge a little bit closer to the shadows. And then he'll sort of open up like his cloak a little bit and create a little like shadowy space near his leg. Basically like
comes out.
opening the drape. No?
Nothing comes out.
Call will stand, kind of sigh to himself, and just is motion for the group to follow him some more as they follow Rail.
What did you see?
Something's in the shadows following us, and I think it might be Trips.
what?
Trips?
Trips.
Just stay calm, keep your eyes forward,
You mean
and follow
Skips.
me. Skips? I thought it was Trips.
It was Trips.
It was Trips.
I thought it was Skips because we said Trips was mean.
No.
Every time I've heard him referred to, it's been Trips.
I have it written as Skips. Okay.
It's Trips.
It's trips
Alright.
as in 3 of a kind, not because it trips over itself. But I suppose that could be also another conversation.
I
point.
thought it
Because
was
that's
bladder.
not what I thought at all.
Yeah, no, I named it. I named them trips way back because of just 3 of a kind.
Got it.
So yeah, that was the reason.
So Call mentions to the group that he thinks that he saw Trips.
I'm.
He keeps it very quiet, and you just kind of like as like they're moving and like walking through the crowd.
I suppose as
But
we're
yes,
we might be turning. I mean, I'm constantly looking back now. I guess. At this
So
No.
Arkmon, once you kind of start thinking that Trips is back there, you eventually like fix your gaze on a pile of stalagmites, and you notice his tiny, precious little dragon head kind of pop out from a corner. You notice his big orb, like
Apple party,
little
baby!
eye, kind of peering at you from the distance. And when Trip sees you, Arkmon, he loses his scaly little brain and he comes bolting out from his hiding spot and just full stampedes towards you, Arkmon. And then I don't know if you've ever seen like a small dog that like wants to like run up your butt. We used to have a roommate who had a dog named named Dusty, who would like run up our roommate's leg and like into their arms. And that's kind of what I visualize for Trips, is that he just sort of like bants up to you and just like tackles you practically. He's gotten a little bit bigger over the last. Is a little chunkier, a little thicker, a little heavier. But this is definitely the Trips you remember.
Yeah, Trips has been eating well.
He's chirping and he's trilling and he's headbutting you with all kinds of snuggles and loves, as though he's happy to see you again. Tyke's a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, like, I embrace him, of course, and try to keep him constrained. Although, I find that difficult. He's flailing. quite a bit.
He definitely seems extra happy to see you. As you're holding him in your arms, you notice he is way more scarred and banged up than he was when you last saw him. When you last saw him, sure, he was missing his leg and he was missing an eye, but he still seemed pretty solid. He looks like he's been through some shit.
Oh, we're gonna have to fuck some people up.
Am I close enough that I see any of this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll approach the group and unwild shape then.
Kind of like behind Call and then come back from outside of him like, sup, how's it going? Using him
Pop
as a
out.
like
I've been
a
here
dressing
the
room.
whole time.
Oh my god, is that Trips?
It's Trips.
I think he followed you
Oh.
back from wherever the hell you went.
Oh no.
Trips is like crying in your arms because he's so happy to see you. If you've ever had a pet that was just so happy to have you back in their immediate purview, Trips is just
Oh.
absolutely over the moon that Archmon's here. He wants basically like inside of Archmon's armor. Like, oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
When Dallas, I don't know if I ever told you about this, but when I lived in the city, my family's dog Brutus was being watched by a family friend while we were in Tahoe. He got out by accident and like freaked out and tried to run home, which was
Oh
like
my
halfway
God.
across the city. And he got hit by a car, and it was a hit and run, but he survived. Like, he didn't get hurt that badly. But animal control picked him up, took him to the like pet hospital. As soon as we found out what happened, we fucking booked it back from Tahoe and went straight to the animal hospital. As soon as we saw him when he came out, he was walking when he came out. As soon as he saw us, he fell to the ground and just started crying. Like, it was the saddest fucking thing I'd ever seen in my life.
Baby.
And he just sat there and cried for like 20 minutes while we all like got down on the ground next to him and hugged him. And this is what I'm imagining is going on with Trips right now, like this exact fucking scenario.
Basically.
Slightly less heart-wrenching story about a dog named Brutus.
I love Brutus, he's my baby.
I
grew up next door to a family who had a bull mastiff named Brutus.
No.
It's such a great name for a dog.
Dogs named Brutus are inevitably the best dogs.
So if you know anything about a mastiff, this thing on its hind legs was about 8 feet tall.
Oh yeah.
8 feet a teddy bear.
It
Yep.
fucking huge. So we've been living in this new house for like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. I am 7, 8 years old at the time. I'm outside playing in the yard, and my mom comes out, and she looks out, and she sees me pinned to the ground by this 8-foot dog, and she's freaking out. She's booking it outside, and she comes closer, and she hears me giggling, because the dog is just licking my face. He's like, oh my god, I have a friend!
That is so freaking cute. And the bigger the dog is, I swear, the sweeter they are.
Yep. The worst dog experience I ever had was with a Jack Russell Terrier.
Same, actually.
Like
Big
cats
dog.
and dogs are both great, but I love dogs more because they love the shit out of you. And like that's all they do.
I don't know,
Cat-
man. Cheesecake loves the shit out of Dallas. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
It's true, she does.
Yeah.
I come
Yeah.
home from work and she comes out and screams to be held.
Favorite
Every
human.
day.
I will
Favorite human.
say, my old cat hated everybody.
Sounds
it
like a cat.
Adored me and my mom. And like when I would go to bed, I would intentionally, like, I have learned a sleeping posture that is admittedly pretty bad if I wanted to sleep in the same bed as somebody else, but essentially I sleep with my legs like spread apart, because it never failed. Around 1, 2 in the morning, my cat would come into my room, jump up, and curl up between my legs, and that is where he would sleep.
No.
Baby.
And And then your restless leg syndrome kicks in. Wah, wah, wah.
And
On.
sometimes I would randomly wake up, and he would look up, and he would just look, and he would curl back into his ball.
love
I am
cats.
here now.
I love dogs too.
This
Don't
is
get
my
me
spot.
wrong.
Yeah. No, they're both fantastic.
When I lived with my grandmother, my family's dog Brutus was there and Cheesecake was there. So I would literally sleep curled up on my side. Cheesecake would sleep curled up against my belly, and my dog would sleep behind my legs, like pressed up against me. So I was literally sandwiched between these two the entire night. And Cheesecake did not want Brutus anywhere near her, but she would sleep in the same bed with him as long as he wasn't like on the same side of the bed as her. It was great.
Cats are just like moldable little balls of cuddle. I'm gonna sneeze.
Do it.
Cats are they're freaking wild cards sometimes though.
I had when I was sitting on the couch, Cheesecake like climbed in like onto the crook of my arm and just like fit into the gap in between like my arm and my body.
Because she is liquid.
Yeah, exactly, because she fills the available space. All right, so we got a warehouse filled with dragon eggs. They had trips. They were hurting him. Probably making more abomination dragons in there. Who wants to go on a rampage?
I'm a killer fool.
I'll go ahead and relay the information that I found out to everyone. Dallas, you were on a call during that. Did you hear any of what Mana told me?
No, I only heard that like you were doing some good rolls that just squeaked by.
Fair enough. So I did manage to find the location that they went to. It was a pretty rundown looking shack that's kind of like built into the side of a cliff wall thing at the end of this tunnel. And I saw the cart go inside. He knocked on the door opened, he went in, and I waited a little bit to see if anyone else would come out. Another cart pulled up, and the guy did a signature knock on the door. Not sure if it's a pattern for getting in because it was different from the other knock, but nonetheless, the door opened, he went inside. I heard the distinct cry of a dragonling coming from inside the shack as well. And I also saw a familiar plant in the window, the same type of plant that I made friends with back at the club.
Okay, one of those like ultraviolet flower things.
Yep. So, other than that, I didn't see any kind of secret entrance, like a back way or a cellar or anything like that. So it looks like front door is our only way in.
Okay.
But I went ahead and let you guys know like where it is, and that I'm pretty sure I wasn't followed except by Trips apparently, who must have escaped somehow.
Again, I don't know if you remember, but when you guys were fighting the Abishai in the cave, those of you who spoke Dragonborn distinctly heard him say, "Did that one escape again?"
Right.
Which caused you all to be like, "Is he in the cave?" Like.
But I think it was Arkmon scryed on Trips to like, or maybe I scryed on him. I don't remember, but one of us did, and we were like, locate animal, and he was definitely not in the cave.
Right.
But
well, it's
we
because
knew
you guys did the illusion to make it look like it was Trips.
Yeah. So we weren't sure if they were talking about Trips specifically or just another dragonling.
Fair enough. You get the sense that they might have been talking about Trips specifically.
Cool. He's our little escape artist.
He learned it by watching Papa.
No.
I decided to give him aspects that were similar to his father, who was a rogue, and so Trips's trait is that he's sneaky.
The sneaky
Can we
little
talk?
boy.
Can we talk to Trips?
Mm-mm.
No.
Nope, it is not speak with plant or animal. It would be draconic. Trips, so those who can speak draconic can kind of converse with Trips, but Trips doesn't really talk.
He never really learned, huh?
He's a baby.
Yeah.
Well,
So a lot of it is like food and mine and ow and scary and stop and like
I assume Trips's intelligence is higher than 4.
yes,
Yeah.
Trips's intelligence is higher than 4. So it's not like it's impossible to communicate with him. It's just
Yeah.
that his ability to communicate might not be as articulate as some of the other as Snowy, for example.
Yeah.
little time come around as it always, but so he is now. I don't know what's the best way. I mean, he can ride in the horn. He can ride the horns. I'm used to Jackie doing it.
It's true.
Yeah.
How big is
It's a little rough on your neck, but
If anything, Jackie might get jealous that he's no longer able to ride on your horns because now Trips is riding in your horns. But I will also point out,
I can still ride in his horns if I wanna.
I will also point out that Trips is a baby dragon that just escaped a situation. You might not want to have him like out in the open. Is
Yeah.
something that both Tyke and Terex will kind of impart. Is like
I was gonna say the same thing. We might want to be a little bit more.
don't be suspicious.
I could get another thing
suspicious.
of the glasses with the nose and the mustache and put it on Trips.
Yes,
That'll definitely work.
Oh, like the gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Charmander gentleman?
I say, good heavens.
They'll just think it's a Dragonborn at that point.
Well, there was a lot this session. Does anybody have any other questions, comments, queries, moral objections before getting back to Babs's?
Can we get food at Babs's?
You've had so much food already.
Morse
Dude,
code.
we're not in a city all the time, so
I'm high key imagining
Oh, we wanted to go, or did we want to go see Willard at the strip club?
That's a great point. We do want to talk to him.
It is late, but I don't think it's late enough that he would be like off work yet. So we
the
could
club,
go back.
he's probably got another couple of hours.
Yeah, we could go back to
last-
Babs's and then head out late into the night.
Yeah. Also, we could try to
Alright,
catch
do
him
that.
before his shift in the morning. Like he might also be, he might just go straight to bed after work.
Right. But yeah, perhaps Babs is, since it's enough time. Should head there first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we head back to Babs.
Oh my god. Trips.
been a while.
So we have Trips.
Oh, baby.
We have
You.
Terex. We have Snowy.
A bashful Snowy.
We
Animal
have
party will soon be complete.
Tyke. We have Spirit. Also, Spirit and you. Also, I high key want to give you an animal back home named Betsy, for the same reason why Spirit is named Spirit.
Because I immediately thought of a flying ladybug creature, and I was like, does this creature exist in D&D?
You know what? We'll say that there is a ladybug type creature, but it's not going to be massive. It's not going to be like a rideable one, but it will be like like a pet, which is going to, in my mind, be why you and Uru are such besties, is because you're gonna
Betsy
find just
can't
like
fly.
because Betsy can't fly. She's just like but you keep her in a little terrarium, and she's been just eating the plants that are self-sustaining in the little ecosystem that you made for them. You're a little worried that they're not being taken care of, but
You
we'll
have
say
a
that they were.
ladybug friend and you haven't told me?
You're right. I haven't told you, so you don't know
Yep.
about it.
The secret.
Worried you're gonna
Oh,
freak
we're
out,
gonna-
man.
We're gonna catch hands. What do you mean you didn't tell me?
I need to know what kind of giant insects exist in D&D.
Whatever ones we want. Okay, it is 10:26. We have a giant arrangement of characters that I now need to figure out how to sort in here and where to house them, and how active they can be during this next leg of your adventure. Hopefully,
Oh, man.
Captain is interested in joining us for this next leg, and I think by stopping off at Babs, it gives us a good opportunity to, like, when Captain's feeling better, it gives him a fine jumping off point to just pop back in.
Yeah, we have Tyke, we have trips now. Basically, like, oh.
Tyke, Trips,
Mhm.
Terex. I don't know why I like T names so fucking much, apparently.
Mm.
I mean, well,
Already has
Trips was on
expanded.
his.
That's true.
And I'm default for one of them, so.
Yep.
by all you.
Woo! This was a fun session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very awesome.
Hang on, I gotta upload a picture of Betsy.
Oh my God.
That was fast.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't draw it. But you know I will.
Yes.
So remember how Darkness had a leech?
Yeah.
I'm imagining like a football-sized beetle of yours. That's basically more
Oh,
more
fantastic.
like guinea pig than beetle. It's a
I'm
little
into
smaller
it.
than a football. Softball. It's about softball size.
She's
I
the
can't-
family pet,
can't-
and
wait to
she's
meet 'em.
one.
It was
She's-
like it's like the goldfish that was won by your kid when they were really little, and you got it knowing that there was a high likelihood that it was going to die in 2 weeks, but Betsy just kept going. Like,
I want to say that she's won some like you know how they're like cat grooming shows or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like this cat wins first prize in coat sheen or whatever. Um, she's won a couple of awards in like size and agility or something like that, like doing an
has never been
obstacle
able to win the grand prize because they can't fly, and it's a
course.
sore
Yeah,
spot.
exactly.
There we go. Little Besson show.
Oh my god, I love it so much.
It does seem like the kind of bullshit that they would do in Dorwine for fun. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
what else
small
are you gonna
reclusive
do?
village that doesn't do anything. So of course they're gonna have bullshit competitions with each other regularly to figure out whose blah is the best. Because what else are you going to do when you're a massively xenophobic race of people? Like, that still needs to be entertained. Dog shows.
Yeah.
I will point out anytime that anybody mentions bugs, that is Uru's reaction. Bug?
Bug? I love it.
That exact Caterpie gif right there.
Okay, does anyone have any other questions, comments, queries, concerns before next week's game?
Or that one.
Nope.
It's a lot. Arkwon's going through it. There's a lot of emotions.
Yep.
You got a lot going on, buddy.
Says the guy
We
whose
all
like
do.
literal rival is potentially running an underground dragon trafficking ring.
Yeah, no, and I'm gonna burn it down.
Hell yeah.
Excited. Definitely. Yeah, we'll
Yay!
catch Cab up and then the
Great session.
Yeah,
ah
this was awesome.
Thank you,
Right.
Mana.
Glad y'all
Yeah.
enjoyed.
Yeah, GG's.
Thank you for giving me a direction to write in because I was starting to have to run out of gas. I had some back pocket like do this while in Moag things to do, which is fine, but I was starting to run out of steam. It's like
No
I've introduced
problem.
them to a lot of things, and I kind of need them to pick a thing to do.
I
This
mean, we
works.
could have just stayed in the bar and just danced and drank and not done anything.
True.
You know.
Very
Right.
true.
We could have
Very
stayed in the
accurate.
cave.
Oh my god.
Ooh, the
Cave is gonna
cave.
haunt me.
Rest of our lives.
Eric's, have you seen my cave?
Hold on. Have you heard about the race of peoples that worship me as a god in a cave?
Oh, that reminds me. I need to make that a note. Ray, we talked about this.
We talked about
The cleric thing.
yeah.
Son of a bitch, is there going to be a cleric dedicated to call?
Don't worry about it.
Is there going to be a
Don't worry
tiny little
about it.
kobold call cleric?
Don't worry about it. Don't
Take
worry
care
about
of
it.
people, call.
Don't worry about it.
I mean,
I'm just saying
I
your
suppose
husband
that-
and I literally exist to torment you when it comes to your D&D character, but don't worry about it.
Yes.
This poor guy.
I swear to God, Call's going to be minding his own business, and then some kobold's going to start communing with him.
Let me ask you, hey, have you heard of
next-
my religion?
Yeah.
In my mind, it's like you're meditating, trying to commune with the sword, and in the middle of you
Yeah.
trying. I'm not gonna do this to you, but what I wanted to do before we brought this up was to have you try and commune with the sword, and then while you're doing that, your call is in a weird way intercepted,
Yeah.
like some sort of ham radio
Yeah.
signal by
Right.
one of the Huey, Dewey, and Louie kobolds, who's like,
He
call,
just,
call.
he just
He's answered our
calls him
prayers.
a
Call.
meditative-
We require your
He-
assistance. Should we dig north or south?
The best
You
thing is
just hear,
to
hey,
call
hey!
would legitimately stop and go, hold on,
hey,
I must help them.
hey.
I
Hold
must
on
go.
one second, sorry.
My
Yes,
planet needs
where do
me.
babies come from?
What the
Call.
Call. It becomes less of a call chant, like in praise, and more like when you're a kid and you're like, Mom, call, Collie, call it
Yeah,
call, call,
ma,
call,
ma.
call.
I love
Mom?
you.
Where'd it go?
I am too high to remember to write that down, thankfully. Otherwise, it would have 1,000% had been canon like moments ago. So we will joke about it, but it's not gonna happen. At least not for a while.
I
I
want
Better
already have
cleric
it
than
in
a
my
warlock, I
notes.
guess.
It's canon now.
I have something else that I've been meaning to run by you. I know it's late and you're stoned.
This is
But
the perfect place. This is the perfect time to ask for shit.
sweet.
Man,
I picked up a spell called divination.
okay.
I don't necessarily have a deity of sorts, but I was wondering if I could try to contact the forest spirit with divination,
Ooh.
right? Maybe do some spiritual guidance shit or something. Maybe darker or sinister. Your call.
Or something. So you picked up divination. Explain to me why a god needs to get involved.
So I think the spell was just given to me. I think it was like one of those automatic. You just have divination now because you're this
A
high enough
druid.
level.
I'm trying to figure out why a spell. Why? Let's see here. Divination.
I am gonna head out. I am fucking exhausted. So
For
Word.
sure.
For sure.
have
Have
a
a
Have
good
a good
night.
night, Craig.
Night.
I'll bug you later about the
Yes.
Ratnar
Yeah, for sure.
Goliaths. All right,
We'll
later.
We'll work it out later.
Yo,
Peace.
for sure.
Okay, so your magic and an offering put you in contact with a god or a god's servants, and you ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity that's to occur within 7 days. The GM offers a truthful reply. That being said, the reply could be anything from a short phrase to a cryptic rhyme or even an omen. Spell doesn't take into account the possibility of circumstances that might change the outcome, such as casting additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion. It
If you cast the spell 2 or more times before finishing the next long rest, there's a cumulative 25%, so 25 and then 50% chance for each casting after the first that you get a random reading. I make this roll in secret. So and to cast this you need incense and a sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion, together worth at least 25 gold pieces, which the spell consumes.
I was
It does
thinking
say-
for
Oh, because are you like circle of the land or circle of the forest or circle of the grassland?
I think I'm circle of the forest
That would
or
make
circle
sense
of
for you.
the or circle of the moon. It's one or the other.
It says it's available for circle of the land. It doesn't mention being available for circle of the moon, but maybe it is for the version that you have.
I don't remember. I'll have
The
to look
circle
at
of the forest
my...
makes sense for your character. Unless you
Yeah.
looked at it recently,
Let me see.
which I think was also. Though I don't think you've ever used any of these spells, so oh wait, hold on. Coast, desert, forest, barkskin, spider climb, call, lightning, plant growth. Yeah, I've seen you use these before, so I think it's forest.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I am forest. You're right.
I was gonna say I don't see circle of the land moon category.
Yeah, I think that's a different one. So yeah, I just found it. I am circle of the forest.
That makes sense.
So I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I thought it might be something fun that we could role play in the sense that like maybe to get an idea.
Alex, how's it going? Doing well. Hope you are too. We're just wrapping up some D&D for the night.
Hey, I talked to our forest spirit and they think that you should go home or something. I don't know. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, if it's like worth pursuing or
What would you ask so the question is, just so that I fully understand, the question you want to ask your forest spirit with the spell of divination is, what should I do with Ina?
or more like how can Inavir help the cause? I don't know. I guess
Why don't you mull on the question?
yeah, I'll
We'll
think about it.
say 25 characters max for the question. Because
Okay.
like I want to give you some breadth to make it as wordy as possible, but we're capping it at 25 words.
Sounds good.
Same thing goes for like the wish spell. Like you can't be like, I wish for this and 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 this, like to get super nitty and gritty and technical with it. That's part of why it's such a fucky spell, is because you can't like create a legal document as to how you want the spell to go down and how you want it to specifically not fuck with existence. Instead, it needs to be a little bit more precise than that, or a little more I don't know what the right word is for it, but it is not as a lot of people assume that like wish can be, I go on for, I filibuster as to what my wish is so that I can't get fucked out of it, but that's not the point of the wish spell. The point of the wish spell is for you to say something like, I wish for everlasting ice cream.
Right.
And then you get everlasting ice cream, but maybe it's all the same garbage flavor. And so you would use your 25 words to try and make it as unable to be fucky as possible. But that's the reason why you include the character limit in my mind, is to help prevent people from fucking over other groups. Because again, 25 characters. Mm-hmm. Works
So yeah,
both ways.
I'll think about what I want to ask the forest spirit and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, DM me and then I can send you a message back.
Okay.
And when
Cool.
just to make sure I understand, you want it to be towards the forest spirit that your friend was originally supposed to.
So I don't know if you remember this, but the forest spirit
Because Alden was
is
like a conduit between the forest spirit and your people, and the fact that
yes.
he's gone means the conduit is missing. That's not to say
So
that people can't commune, but
do you remember the forest spirit from I think it's Princess Mononoke?
the tree.
Yeah, that big
Clear.
thing.
Yeah.
that's kind of what I was going with
Yeah,
the
that makes sense.
whole forest spirit thing. So that's the spirit in question. The guardian is the conduit, like you said, which is Alden, who's dead. So I would be communing with the forest spirit, not the guardian. Does that make sense?
I will say, yes, that makes sense. But I will addendum by saying that because of the relationship that's been crafted between the spirit of the woods and your people, that like you communing with the spirit directly is unlikely, but you could commune with somebody who is speaking on behalf of the spirit. Does that make sense? Because like the point of Alden existing is to commune with the spirit directly, and if anybody who has
Yeah.
the spell that you have, that kind of it makes
No, that's a good point.
just from a continuity standpoint, it makes it kind of like, why wouldn't anyone just do that then? So I will say that if you want to commune with somebody who's part of the court that your spirit guardian enables, that's totally fine. But to commune with him directly is unlikely.
I will DM you about this because I have an idea.
Yeah.
And it's sad and dark.
Ooh, I like it. Give it to me.
Oh,
Gimme. Gimme.
I
Alright.
feed on your
I
sadness.
was gonna say I'll take fucked up backstory if you want to make, if you're like, I understand, but hear me out. What if we make it fucked up? I'm like, okay. you had me at let's make it fucked up.
Yes.
Trauma.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. Alright, I think I'm gonna head to bed.
I think I just broke my dab rig.
Yeah.
Sick.